Guys, this is the new opening sequence. So I do that, I do this, and then I boil the kettle, and then you guys listen to the sound of boiling water. Whang! Yeah, that's the opening sequence, guys. It's best when I'm not on the screen. Sometimes I sing the opening sequence, welcome to Dave Live, something like that, while the audience gathers their thoughts and arrive. Very excited about today's show, guys. First of all, my first guest, the last thing I thought was she's going to be a mother when she became a mother. And then she became a kick-ass mother. And then I've known her since there were only landlines. So I have to tell the story how I met her. It was hilarious. But I'll put her on just now. Let me know what's up, guys. What's happening? If it's your first time, let me know. If it's your first time watching the show, and then also let me or let us know where you're watching from. And if I didn't have a guest, I was gonna rant about the president's address. Sometimes I think the government must just start getting into the habit of either sending WhatsApp messages or they come out and they're just like, hey everyone, nothing new here, go fuck yourself. Please continue. And then they leave and they end the broadcast. And having said that, I would like to say whatever views on this show are not a reflection of anybody. They're not even a reflection of the guest or the reflection of the people that are saying it. And everybody is here in their private capacity with their private data in their own private time. But it's going to be a fun show, guys. It's going to be a nice show. Get some hot things, Boss, yada, yada. So welcome to the show, guys. Let me welcome my guest before I bore you. And I'm gonna tell you guys. So some of you may know her. She's a news anchor at the moment. I tried to get her mom to be my lawyer at some stage. I couldn't afford her, and I think I explained to me that I can't afford her. And then I tried to get her to be my lawyer at some stage, or she would act as one now and then when necessary. So she studied law. She was a supermodel, guys. Like when I moved to Joburg 19 years ago, I think 2-3 years later, maybe Nzinga was on like bus stops and billboards everywhere. So she was a supermodel like 14, 15 years ago. And then we had our own modeling agency, myself, her, and Paul Tusi. One of the things that I've done in my life, I think last time I spoke to her, she was, I think, getting into another modeling agency or something like that. And then she's been like on SABC, one of the news anchors. She's being emceeing kick-ass evenings and events. And then she became a mom. and then I saw like a totally new, cool side of her. So we're gonna chat about all that stuff, especially about some of her experiences with kids, I guess, and then we'll go back and forth. Of course, you guys are allowed to ask questions. Welcome everybody, and if you have questions, let me know. I can see them. I'll put them up. If people are new here, guys, just welcome them. I won't be able to read all the comments. And I recognize all of you. I can see you're all here. But more important, if it's your first time, let us know. Welcome to David Carr Live. And welcome my guest, Nzinga Qunta. Why? Nzinga Qunta. Nzinga. Hey. How are you? I'm good, and you?
Good, thank you. During the story of how we met, let's fast forward that. Let's fast forward. Safe to say, you and I have known each other for decades, and it's been a wonderful friendship. We have done some great things. I think you've always been such a great, supportive friend, and I love your entrepreneurial spirit. It's actually a bit weird being friends with somebody who you looked at and you were like, oh, that's that guy. And then now he's like your homie. You can be like, yo, man, it's going down. Or you can be like, it's going, you know what I mean? That's a dope
I think when I write that entrepreneurial book, people are going to find out I have failed so many times. But I've won here and there. But
you fail forward.
Yeah. Right? No, I definitely learn. I definitely learn every time.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of helped me honestly survive, you know?
Yeah, I think very few people, I mean, I've been thinking about failure a lot because I've also experienced like certain failures, lots of dope wins and then lots of failures. And I think it's about, do you learn anything and do you go from it? So if you don't succeed at something, are you then going to be like, oh no, I'm never going to go into business again because this didn't work, or I'm not going to try this, or you're going to try a different iteration, or you're going to say, this is what I've learned from this not working, therefore going forward, this is what I'm going to try, you know? And I think very few people are lucky to succeed at everything, and I don't think anyone ever succeeds at anything.
Nah, I don't.
One of my like MC, I'm a business news anchor. I think some people don't know me. I'm a business news anchor. And one of the biggest things I started doing when I MC'd was 2 years ago, I interviewed Jack Ma, who's the founder of Alibaba, which is one of the biggest companies in the world. He's a dollar billionaire multiple times over. And he was telling me how he was trying to get a job as a teacher in China. Jack Ma tried to get every single job there was in China, and he kept on failing. He was like, he would go for interviews. They would be like, they would choose 31 people, and he would be number 32. He was trying to work at a KFC, and they were like, Brian, not you. And he had these series of failures. And
he's the richest person in China, basically.
I don't know.
He's the richest Chinese billionaire.
Yeah. And then he said he started Alibaba with his friends because he was like, I'm actually not going to get a job. Like the way things are going, like his dad would try and hustle for him. It'd be like, zero. And then he started Alibaba with a group of his friends because I think that's also an important lesson. You don't have to, people often feel like if you're going to be successful, they want to go and like partner with a successful person already. Him and his homie sat down. They were like, okay, let's plan this thing. And now it's like the biggest company, one of the biggest companies in the world. He's obviously retired and he's going back to his teaching thing. But I think that's a lesson about perseverance. And you don't get it, if you don't get it right the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, on and on and on and on, you keep trying until you get it right. So anyway.
Is there a difference between failing and being addicted to starting things? Because that's something what I ask myself, right?
Yeah, so I think it's also good to constantly evolve, right? Because you couldn't have stayed, you're a comedian, right? But if you were like, I'm not going to do lives, I know some people who are like, I'm not going to go live. There's too much noise and chaos happening there. You need to constantly evolve and you need to constantly try new things. I know you had your CBD business. I don't know. You know what I mean? You have to try new things and see what works. And I think it's also, as a human being, like I know I'm like that. You can't just, you spoke about me being a model, right? That was years ago. So I could have gone, I'm going to stay and be a model. But then at some point I was like, I'm not actually enjoying the vibe of just sitting still and being on pictures. I want to speak, right? And I want to like move with my work. Then I started presenting, but I don't think I was a very good presenter because you needed to. I'm like shy. I'm camera shy as well, which is like a funny thing. And then I did like music television. I worked at Channel O, and that was fun, but it wasn't quite the right fit, right? And then I did some reality shows, and then I went into news. And with, you know, when you're like, I'm home now, like, I get it. Like, I'm really curious. I'm always reading. Like, I always want to know what's happening. And I also like the thing of, like, oh, I just spoke to so-and-so the other day. Like, this person is determining some part of our future, and I'm interacting with them and asking them questions. And if I had just decided what I want to do is be known for what I look like, or what I look like at the time, because I look completely different now, then, you know, I wouldn't be having the opportunities that I have working on the public broadcast in South Africa. It's the biggest broadcaster on the continent, traveling across the continent, which is something that I love so much. Doing these like dope MC gigs, which like I love, and I still like sometimes I still can't believe that I do stuff like that. Like just before I do them, I'm like,
because for me the news anchoring for me was an awesome surprise.
Yeah.
Because even though we were doing all these things, there was always that sort of you don't want to be there or in the front, or you don't want to be seen necessarily, right? And then obviously then you started doing this, which literally became almost every day or every night. You're now in front of people. And then the live gigs and emceeing and whatever. But it was like it was one of those things, like a nice breath of fresh air, you know?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it a lot. It's a big vibe. It makes me very happy.
So how much did having a baby influence what? So obviously you did the business anchoring after you had the baby, right?
Just no, yeah.
News,
Yeah.
What was other people would obviously have done it the other way around, or would have kind of tried to do it earlier, and then along the way they maybe have a baby. So the more I had kids, the more I wanted to kind of stay home. Not necessarily that you're not home, but obviously the work does take you away from home for a few hours a day or whatever, right? But now, especially with lockdown, I've realized, even before lockdown, so my last born, or my wife's last born, is 2 years old. And there was a time I was taking a picture of him every day until he was like a couple of months old. I would take a picture of him every single day. So I was there literally almost every single day of his 2 years, as opposed to my firstborn 11 years ago. Like, I mean, the day he was born, I dropped my wife off at the hospital and I was like, I'm going to a meeting. And then I left with her mom, you know, and then I'd call and check, are we closed? What's happening? Are we okay? I'm coming back. When Aliyah was born, I had to fly because she was born 18th July, which is, and it's always the opening night or the night before. That's when I was like deep in film. And here's my last sperm, guys. Last known sperm.
Hello, Omari.
Hello. Say hello.
I can
And
hear like how to. Okay, no, we'll figure it out later.
yeah, anyway, so then with him, I started realizing. So with Aliyah, she was born, and then I think the next day I flew to the Durban Film Festival,
Mm.
and then every birthday, every time it's her birthday, it's either opening night or I'm leaving that. So I'll proper wake up, wish her happy birthday, then I'm off to Durban for like 2 weeks for the film festival. Second year, more or less the same thing. So for like 2, 3 years in a row, I saw Aliyah, woke up, sang her happy birthday, went to the airport. Woke up, sang her happy birthday, went to the airport, right? And then obviously all other film festivals, I used to be away from home maybe 2 to 3 months a year. So Cannes was 2 weeks, Durban Film Fest was 2 weeks, American Film Market was 2 weeks, Toronto Film Festival was 2 weeks, and then all the other little gigs in between away from home.
Mm.
So, and then, fast forward, I'm like, bruh, if my wife says, hey man, I've got an 800 million rand tender for sanitizers and masks, I'm proper like, fuck everyone, I'm gonna stay home. I'm doing this show for the rest of my life, and I don't want to work anymore. I'm happy if my wife wants to be like, peace,
Yeah.
I'm going to work. Not, I'll leave you with the kids, you know?
Look, I think that there's something that comes out of work. There's a validation that you get from working, not from partly from people viewing your work, but from the fact that you're using your mind, your skills, and your body, to a certain extent, to create and make something. And for me, that's very important. So when I
Yeah.
felt pregnant, we had discussed that I wasn't going to work for 3 to 5 years and I was going to be a full-time mom. And I was like, oh, I'm going to be a housewife and like full-time mom. After 6 months, I was like, no ways, bruh. No ways. You can't, for me. And I think the way I was raised as well is that
Yeah.
I wouldn't have felt comfortable not doing something. And I think being a mom is always the most important part of who I am. I'm very lucky that I get to work. I don't have to be at work for the whole day. I
Yeah.
can work from home. I set up my interviews from home. It's a call. Can you come in? These are the kind of elements that I want to discuss. Email everyone. You know what I mean? It's not.
Yeah.
It's not really work that takes me away from my daughter, but I think it gives me a good balance because
Yeah.
honestly, all the
So,
time, kids. I love my kids, but you need a balance. And my daughter's going to be in here at some point. Evening, Deba and
yeah.
Mother, we are here waiting to learn. These people are like, stop with your chats. All right, you want to learn about books and all of
No,
that.
no, no, these are even late comments. This is me going back up while I don't, because I'm not yet paying songs to be like on another laptop and be looking at comments. But the show is headed there, by the way. So
Yeah,
like soon, literally, someone else will have to look at the comments,
yeah.
and be like, no, that bookshelf comment, get it the
I love
fuck out of here. Think I mustn't see it, and then there'll be someone else.
right? It's not a job, but okay.
This was your dad, right?
Okay, we live. Does she know the late Qunta of Azapo in Cape Town? That would be the human being that I came from, so I knew him very well. He was my dad. He's the father to two people that we know of, my sister
Yeah.
and I. He was
And
brilliant.
was he a writer?
So my father was a writer. He studied electrical or mechanical engineering in Australia with my mom when they were students. They were in exile and they studied there. My mom studied law. My dad studied engineering. And then my father dropped out to look after my sister and I. He used to change our nappies, make our food.
Wow.
And growing up, he was my primary parent. And I thought he was so much cooler than my mom, right? Then when we moved to South Africa, we lived in Australia, Botswana, and Zimbabwe. We moved to South Africa. and my dad stayed behind, very tricky. And then my mom became my primary parent. But he wrote about rugby in particular. Black people have always played rugby in South Africa, especially in Eastern Cape and Cape Town. And one of his life's works, which I'm trying to continue now, even though I don't really know what's going on, was collecting documents and records of all these black rugby players from the early 1800s, if I'm correct, 1800s or 1895, until 2003. And talking about their journey and the teams that were in the Eastern Cape and who played. Bruce Boale. Bruce Boale is like a great artist, and I want to buy.
You know him? You know him? He's like my favorite artist that I don't own a painting of because I met him at the last Santino Joburg Arts Fair or whatever.
Yeah.
And I've always been like, okay, I'm gonna come.
Bruce is one of them. is one of them. Nelson Makamo was one of them. I've just found out today my daughter apparently owns a Nelson Makamo before I do, which makes me a little bit sad. But here we are. Hi. What are you eating? What are you eating? Banana. Hectic.
Hey,
well,
Kumo.
Oh, hi. Hello, everyone.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Are you wearing slippers?
So Nzinga introduced me to you today sometime, and but we may know each other from Cape Town from many years ago. What year were you at UCT? Were you at UCT in particular, or just Cape Town?
I had a very extended period at UCT. So my first stint was 2000 to 2002, and then I went back 2004 to 5. You know the story, UCT.
I know,
Yeah.
I know. So I'm the grandfather. I was there 1996 till 99.
Oh, okay.
But I lived in Cape Town until 2000.
Yeah, so it's possible we saw each other somewhere.
Oh yeah. Because I mean, I used to go back to UCT almost every day, even because you know I was a bullet. You know, I was at UCT when a lot of my friends were still in high school. So
A bullet.
Friends started arriving at UCT when I was leaving or when I was graduating. So I literally drove back to campus almost every single day. And
I remember seeing you around campus.
Yeah, so my life
and
still
Nzinga as well, on the bus stops and the buses and everywhere, all over Cape Town.
So I think I met Nzinga on the metro trains, on the Shosholoza, not Shosholoza Mail. What's the local one? Metro.
We met at the Standard Bank at Cavendish Square, my brother.
No, you were coming from the train station, right?
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Well,
metro.
maybe I was looking at you and your sister from the train. And then we met at an ATM, outside the ATMs, Standard Bank ATMs in Cavendish Square. But there was like another lobby hall, and then you cross over to Cavendish.
Yes.
It was the Lemon. Yes, something.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that could be 1997, 98, if not 96. But no, yeah. So it must be 97, 98, right? And then I went to Grahamstown with a UCT school play, and then I dialed Nzinga's house number, the landline. Nzinga's mom, Christine Qunta, answered the phone and said, "Who are you? Why are you calling my daughter?"
Yeah, no. Landlines, eh?
Guys, if you don't know Nzinga's mom, you will shit your pants, eh? I mean, yeah, she was Nzinga's mom, and she was He said, "Why are you?" All I remember was thinking, my phone card, my credits are gonna finish.
Okay,
So
this is not going to work out.
when did you get into Ethnikids and books?
We started officially in 2016, and it took us about a year. So it's a company that was started by myself and my friends. So there are 5 of us that founded it. And when we had children, we got very frustrated that we couldn't find the kind of material that we wanted to read to our kids in the mainstream bookstores. So we took about a year to research everything. And then in 2017, we started a subscription-based service where we would ship books to people on a quarterly basis. So you tell us what the gender of your child is, what your home language is, and what the age of the child is, and we'd compile a box that we'd ship to your house. And we did that for about 3 quarters, and it became too hectic to manage. And Nzinga will remember because she's been with us from the start. And then from there, we moved into having just a normal online bookstore so people could make their own choices. So it's been about 3-4 years now.
And then who are the authors of the books?
So we work with a lot of local authors, both independently published as well as those that are with mainstream publishers. And then we also source books internationally as well. So some names that you might recognize are people like Lebohang Masango, Trevor Noah. We've got his children's book, Refula Mwahludi. The list is endless. We've got the widest range. Sorry?
Does Trevor have a children's book?
Yes, he's converted his Born a Crime into a children's version.
Oh, okay. Like the Nelson Mandela Walk to Freedom.
Yes, Nelson Mandela, we've also got the children's version. Yeah. So we've got a very wide range, lots of authors. I can show you some books.
Please do.
Oh, I love that one. Sing Tando Sing.
Yeah, so this one is, I'm sure you remember Nzinga, right? We grew up with her. Mm-hmm. This is one of hers. This one.
So you must, if I look like I'm busy on my phone, I'm literally still working on the show.
I can see you're busy with the comments. You just put up our website. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one is by Mathabo Tladi and Sihle Nchokweni. So we've got a wide range of authors that we work with.
Yeah. And then are you able to keep up? Like, do you always have new books by local writers, by Black writers, or is it a struggle?
It's getting easier. So initially it was really tough, but I think we've started to see like a real excitement around children's literature in South Africa. Lots of fresh voices, fresh faces that are entering the scene. So, and also some of the more established guys are writing not just one book, but multiple now. So it's definitely gotten a lot easier than it used to be. And now we don't have to hunt for them. They give us a call. So that's also helps a lot.
I know it started out because you guys wanted to supply or wanted to find, it sounds like one of those business ideas. First of all, it's amazing because you're solving a problem, which we are told that's how one becomes a billionaire.
I was listening to the Jack Ma story, like I'm here for it.
You find a problem or, identify a problem, find a solution. But then obviously it did kind of pick up and became, there was a demand, right? So now, is it now a profitable venture or business, or one day, you guys are going to be like, fuck this thing, I'm going back to chemistry or whatever it is?
Well, we still have our jobs, which helps a lot. So it's still a passion project, but it's looking better and better. So we are an online bookstore. So it's also, I think digital has picked up now, but it's been a long haul. Not everybody's comfortable shopping online and what have you. So now everyone's getting used to it. They trust us. They know we're not going anywhere. It's credible. The website is safe. So that takes time to establish. But we're comfortable. We're in it for the long haul. It's a passion.
Nice.
And you said there's 4 of you. Is that 5 of you?
5, and currently 3 active members.
And that's including Nzinga?
No. I'm just a fan.
Nzinga's like, She's
Oh,
our
she was
customer,
there.
like a avid reader.
I'm just like fan life.
So
What
in simple English or whatever language, if there's parents here that wanna get the books, do they just go to your website and then they can order, they can pay online, and then books will be delivered to them? Or do the kids have to come in
100%.
and pick the books and see if the, I don't know, whatever. I want to make it as simple as possible. So I'll make you a simple example, right? I can sing all I want, tickets available at CompuTicket, and I can spend all the money in the world telling people tickets are available at CompuTicket. I can even come back and say the show is now sold out. On the day of the show, a minister or a Lucas Khatebe will call and say, keep 11 tickets for me, I'll give you money at the door. Now, you can't say, no, Lucas, there are no tickets. First of all, you can't say that to Lucas Khatebe, but generally, I try and make people understand how everything works, right? So there's people that think, for instance, do you have comps? Because people believe complimentary tickets are free. But complimentary tickets are seats that you remove, not for sale. So you are taking out a sale, and then you still have to pay the ticketing company for the actual stub where they must print the free ticket, right? So even free tickets cost me money, right?
Yes.
Is there any difference when it comes to some people want the books because they want to feel the book, or is there some sort of a growing demand where people can download a PDF, go and print it, whether they're paying for it or whatever, print it, come back home, and continue doing whatever they need to do? I mean, obviously that was happening a lot, especially with lockdown and access and getting rid of material, etc. So is the business just working traditionally, or are you guys now going around working around all these things?
Well, currently we only sell physical books, and it's how you described it. So you literally go to the website, and how we've tried to help parents is that we've categorized the books according to age. So you can see 0 to 3, 4 to 7, 8 to 11. And then we've also categorized the books in terms of language. So we sell books in all South African languages. So just to make it easier for parents to source the books. But we don't have anything downloadable. We don't have digital books as yet, but you order and we deliver to home within 2 to 3 days throughout the country. Easy payment, simple.
And are audiobooks popular with kids or with parents for their kids?
Yeah. The only audiobooks we have in stock is like the one Nzinga was holding just now. So that'll be a book that has a CD that comes along with it. So we don't have the streaming as yet, but we are definitely thinking about how we can pivot digitally just to accommodate this new normal. That's what we're looking at.
I'm sure Nzinga by now is thinking, David is now trying to get into this business. Why is he asking all the questions like a business plan?
No, you're welcome to ask. It's information and it's freely available. So yeah.
So I'll make an example. So my 11-year-old supposedly has ADD, right, or ADDH, or attention, whatever disorder. So I know reading sometimes can be very boring for him very quickly. Although there's this one book he reads, he's got an entire series, or at least he's going through a series. But he also watches a lot of YouTube, listens to a lot of songs or music. But story-wise, I'm sure for him, it might be more beneficial for some kids, right, to kind of be told the story or hear the story. And he asks like a lot of questions. Like he asks questions all the time.
That's good though.
So I think you guys should keep that at the back of your mind. I know you've solved one problem. Black parents had issues with what are our kids reading, what are our kids gonna read, right? And you guys have kind of nipped that problem. And then here we are today. I might not see the stage for like a year, so I had to figure out what am I gonna do now. So
Yeah.
I think keep that in mind, because obviously now with homeschooling and online education and all that stuff, things are literally changing again while you're still kind of starting your idea, or even in the first phases of your career. And then do you have then spin-offs like YouTube channels? Do you guys have a platform where you sit and read the books maybe to the kids? Is
The
there
only
like
difficulty with that
yeah
is that you would know, like, people's literary work and copyright and all of that. If you're a commercial institution, you can't really publish that without rights. So we do have live readings, but we don't keep broadcasting them. We normally remove them because we sell the material, if that makes sense.
yeah
So that's the
and then
that's the only issue there. But we do have like different types. We don't only have storybooks. So for your son, for example, he might be interested in comic books. We have activity books like coloring books as well. We've got augmented reality cards where the child can learn Setswana. Like, you use your phone, it takes you to an app, and it says Nja, so it teaches a child how to pronounce the word correctly. So we're trying to engage children in different ways and not just in the normal way. But the main problem that we're trying to solve for is actually literacy, because that's the problem in our country that we're facing at the moment.
Do you have the numbers or the stats at the moment about literacy or literacy?
Yes, I do. So, for example, in South Africa, they did a survey in 2016. It was done by an international organization called PEARLS, Progress in International Reading and Literacy Study. And they found that 78% of South African children in grade 4, so that's like around age 10, can't read for comprehension or meaning in any language. That's a very scary statistic. And South Africa came number last, like 50 out of 50 countries surveyed. And we've actually gone backwards in the last 10 years, not forwards. And even countries that spend less on education are doing better than we are. So there's a definite problem in South Africa, and it's across all languages. And it's even more pronounced with little boys in rural areas. So it's a big worry, because if you can't read and we're talking about Bojack Ma and coding and whatever, you're not functional in the world, and we can't allow our children to suffer that fate, repel. So that's what we're trying to solve for.
And then all this, so there's a question from my cousin, or one of my many cousins. By any chance, are the books available in Braille?
No, not yet, but we've heard of authors that are busy doing Braille. So that's quite exciting. That is something that we know someone is working on. And we'd love to see more and more books converted into Braille, because we want to be as inclusive as possible, because inclusivity is not only about race, right? It's everything. It's ability. So that's definitely something we're looking into.
And Mtwa is one of our viewers who's in, I think, Illinois, in the US, South African living in the US. Huh?
Mm-hmm. Delivery is an essay for now. We can deliver overseas, but the problem that we have is the cost of courier often exceeds the cost of the books. So what we're currently doing is we're chatting to a lady out in Atlanta who could become a partner of ours, and then she would then ship the books throughout the US, because that's a little bit more efficient in terms of cost. So that's something we're working on.
Nzinga, do you think this show will work on SABC?
Hey, I don't speak for the SABC, guys. I am just a person to work. I think, because we're in lockdown, that there is a need for more communication despite the challenges that we have, right? So I found that I was video calling like a lot with my friends, and it brings me so much joy, because you can't see anyone, right? You're not supposed to. I don't know, some people are breaking the rules. Supposed to, and I really try and follow that. I've been able to see my friends if I go hiking, and then we like social distancing and wearing masks and whatever. But those video calls just give me so much life, and I think that there is a need to look at how content is going to evolve and how we can be connected and learn together, even though we can't be together. Because normally this would be like in a studio, live camera. But I think there's a need for content, and I think we also mustn't be limited to a particular broadcaster. There's so many ways. This is a channel.
Yeah, definitely. That's why, you know me, I'm never bothered with television.
Yeah.
You know, I wake up tomorrow and the thing can play on a wheelbarrow. I'm probably gonna put it on a wheelbarrow before I check if television will take it or broadcast it. So,
Yeah.
Zinga, let's come back particularly to your daughter, right? How old is she now?
She's 4.
And then when did she start reading? Okay, when did you start reading to her?
Okay, so when I was pregnant, I was already buying books for her. I can't say that I read to her in my tummy. I tried, but it wasn't a consistent thing. But since she's been born, she's had those books that you put in the water, like you can read in the water. And she's had the cloth books, so she knows the little, like flipping the books and flipping the pages. So she's always grown up with books around her and as a normal thing. That's the first thing. And that comes from how I was raised, because my parents were Black conscious Amanda people, and they didn't want us to have it. And so when we were refugees in Zimbabwe, like we had a TV, like so we'd catch like glimpses, because it was like communal living, and then there was a TV there, so we'd watch like Night Rider and stuff. But we have never, as a family, owned a TV.
I know, I remember that very well.
Yeah, so I fell in love with books. I think it's helped me a lot. I think it's helped me expand my mind and all of that, and I wanted my daughter to have that. So she's read. Yeah. She's not trying to come through with the reading next to me. Her dad and I decided we didn't want to show her face online, but she's obviously deciding that she's about that live. She's about that YouTube live. So you're trying to read. Okay, do you want to read?
I can't say it properly.
Okay, read. So
she can read. What language is she reading? English?
She's reading in English, and I'm trying to teach her Xhosa, even though, you know, we're learning the basics in Xhosa. Her family speaks Pedi to her, but when it comes to books, the books that I buy are English and Xhosa books. That's all I can manage for now. Like, I'd like to know, but also you must know your limitations in life. That's my limitation. So we have English books and Xhosa books. Phonetically, she's reading English and Xhosa words that are that don't have like super long words in English and Xhosa, right? So the Cat in the Hat she can read, not like full on, but yeah, it's really cool. She's like 4, and then she'll be like putting together words and like figuring it out. And that's what I want, like someone who, because books take you places where nothing else can take you. Books teach you how you can travel around the world in an hour. You can, your imagination can grow beyond anything, and it can teach you skills that people cannot give you in terms of teaching or whatever. And there's a special relationship that you can build with books. And I think it's so important for kids, one, to develop a love of reading, because then, this is not a good example, because then you can also just say, like, when they're a little bit older, maybe you can go to your room and read, you know, like how you used to consume like books in your room, like that's the first thing. And the second thing, which is why I think what Kumo does is so important, is when our kids are out in the world, they are flooded with images of people who do not look like them, and they are told to aspire to that, subliminally or whatever. I don't want to get too like deep about it, but it's a thing. So that's why you find little girls who want to have long blonde hair, because there's Frozen, Rapunzel, Barbie, whatever. That's all outside in the world, right? So when you're at home, what are you teaching your kids? I'm going to come to you now, my baby. Can I just finish saying? There's also Moana, you're right. My bad. I left out Moana.
Oh, what's wrong?
So what are you teaching them inside your house where you've got control of what they see as heroes or things to aspire to? And you need, I think, if you're a parent and you
Paw Patrol.
and Paw Patrol, I think if you're a parent, you need to fortify your child's sense of self, and you need to show him or her people that
And
look like
happy
them
hatcher.
becoming heroes, going on adventures, just doing cool stuff. Not like, I know people do like struggle books and like, but just kids being fun, having adventures, and being dope, right? Can you please take this thing for me, my baby girl? Thank you. So that's why I think reading is so
Are you
important.
drinking this today?
Yeah, I'm finished with it though. Thank you, my baby. That's why I think guys, my child used to sleep at 7:30, and I used to be like uncompromising about it. Like 7:30, if you're not asleep, it's going down. No, what's the time? 9:45.
It's locked down.
Hello, Alia. Hello there.
Hi, guys.
Who did you babysit, Aliyah or Deo or both?
Dale a little bit, but I think like when he was very small, because afterwards I'd be like, hey, he'd just be like, oh my gosh, who are you?
So Deo, what are those books that you read?
Dad, Wimpy Kid.
Speak slowly.
Hi, Dale. And
Don't read the comments. Answer my question.
I want to say hi to my.
Answer the question.
I read Diary of a Wimpy Kid.
Do you know those books?
That's a nice one.
How many are there?
I'm not sure. I need to get my book.
How many do you have?
I need to get my books.
How long does it take you to read a book? Or Diary of a Wimpy Kid?
Maybe a couple of days.
1 day, 2 days, 4 days.
4 days sometimes, and sometimes I like to read them at night until I get tired.
Aliyah, are you reading any books at the moment?
No.
Have you started reading any books?
Miss Greta Fancy Nancy.
Ooh, Fancy Nancy's very nice. We like Fancy Nancy as well. Fancy Nancy.
Fancy Nancy.
No.
Proper commercial book. And the attention span between this and television, and it's like a war, hey? You will have to trick now into picking up a book or going for a walk or whatever. And I know someone was trying to ask you, Kumo, if you guys, what type of challenges are you guys having?
Yo, okay. They've been numerous, but yeah, they've always been opportunities for learning. The initial challenge that we had is being all moms and risk averse. We started very small and wanted to make sure that we tested our concept properly before starting to grow it. So initially we self-funded, which was a challenge. But we're happy that we went that route, because then we could grow nicely, slowly, organically. And then now it's also things like time management, making time for your family, for work, for the business, and everything that you have to do. But yeah, it's been good.
And are all of you in one city in the same town, or are you all over the country, the guys that are running the business?
Yeah, we in Pretoria, Kempton Park, and Midrand. We're all in one town. We all do different things in the business, but it's online, so it's fine. So everyone has a different division that they take care of. And yeah.
And you said you guys are sort of profitable already, like a full-on business, or it's still kind of like you started out with trying to solve your own problems, and then it was like a bonus that there's people that would pay for this thing.
Well, yeah, it's a proper running entity. Are you looking to invest, David? We can chat. But
Well,
yeah,
I would
it's
definitely look at how do you then make these kind of, go look into Braille, check if you can have them on audio or whatever for, the kids that are.
I think that would be moving into producing the book. So currently we're a reseller. So we just stock what we like. We're not making the product. So that would be literally the next level.
And then do you have writers from other African countries?
Yes, we do. The writers from Kenya in our catalog, writers from all over the country, all over the world. Just that picture that you're showing now, the super duper kid, that's a guy in the US. In Jabulo, that's a guy here in Durban. Shadow Chasers, that's a lady called Buntle. She's sitting in London. So it's people from we want to present multiple narratives, like what Nzinga was saying. You don't want just the struggle stories. You also just want different types of stories, different type of families, different types of backgrounds, different ways of being, because there's not one way to be African. There's multiple ways, and our kids just need to be broadened as wide as possible. And the books are also not just for Black children. We think it's important that all children get to see and learn our stories so they can know, respect our humanity, and also increase tolerance levels as well in the world. Yes, I do have a kid. She's also 4.
Only one.
Zanaqol. Yes, only one. Time management.
Look.
Guys, like I don't, guys.
You do need to raise the group average, David.
Only
Wow,
one.
guys.
For now, that's
One.
all I have.
Wow. Someone says what the books that are sold out, when would some, so people have already gone to the website, I'm guessing.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, you can just send us an email if you find something that's sold out. But we've got basically the widest range of Ethnikids material in the country. So more than even your mainstream bookstores. And we do restock very often. Some of the ones that are sold out, if it's an international publisher, borders are still closed. So things are a little bit slower coming in than usual.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing that we're having at the moment.
I guess this will always be the elephant in the room for any Black parent whose kids go to a multiracial crèche, preschool, or school, or whatever. There's bound to be a struggle between the mother tongue and English, right? Or whatever home language for the parents was, and English. How are you coping with it, Kumo?
In my home, it's really difficult because my husband's also Zimbabwean. So we don't speak each other's mother tongues. So that's also like another layer. And I think before my daughter went to school, it was easy because you were teaching her our home language. But then once Banana exposed to other people, to English, it becomes the way they speak. So the only way is to reinforce it, to constantly speak to your child in your mother tongue, like what Zinga's doing, teach them words, phrases, so that at least they are able to communicate or understand, because it's a big part of your culture and your identity, your language. So it's not something that we can just ignore.
What's your home language, and or your grandparents or your parents? Where do you come from? Like, did you grow up speaking?
So
okay.
And Setswana sa Blomo, which is like a mixture of Sesotho Afrikaans. I think you're also from the Free State.
Yeah, he is.
I'm from Qunta, yeah.
Yeah, so you see, totally, so people from Botswana, Mafikeng might judge how we speak, but yeah, I guess it's one.
And is there money in African languages? So obviously you've had the Tswana rappers, the vernacular rapper, and I'm now saying, looking at Afrikaans and how Afrikaans people have tried to preserve everything about Afrikaans, right? Music, their culture, their books, to an extent of trying to have their own little world or town or whatever, where it's just everything is in Afrikaans, right? Is there value in our home languages besides I want my children to know my home language? So let's say in this case,
there has to
how
be
many?
Oh, I was like saying I was listening to what you're saying.
Yeah. Like how many books to help parents in African languages are you going to sell? How many? And obviously, the language thing always means you are in that sort of, not a bubble necessarily, but obviously, if I compare it to stand-up comedy, baby comedy will always do better from Pretoria towards Limpopo and Venda and all those areas. Zulu comedy will be popular between Gauteng and KZN. You know, Sotho comedy will be popular between Gauteng, Free State, and a little bit of Cape Town. And then again, you know, you go to Cape Town and Eastern Cape, Xhosa comedy is obviously more popular, or kind of gets, you know, to a certain extent. So, are you seeing any patterns with books? So, I was once, I don't remember if I was given. I think there was a publisher who was trying to get me to write my book, and they started sending me some of the books they had in their publishing house for my kids, which were in South African languages or by Black writers. So then that means by default, if she's sending me Zulu books, then I'm gonna come home and say to my wife and kids, "Oh, here I brought some books in African languages," right? Not necessarily saying I'm doing Sotho books for my kids because I want them. Is that like a factor? Do you see Nzinga going, "I want the Xhosa book and nothing else," you know, or a parent saying, "I want a Zulu book and nothing else"? Or do people walk in and go, "What can I grab in an African language for my kids?"
I think the question that you're posing is like interesting on so many levels, because I'll start with the statistics, right? So Publishing Association of South Africa did a study like they do, and they found that out of trade publishers, reading for leisure, so non-academic material, especially in the children's books, in South Africa in 2016, 61% of books are still being made in Afrikaans. 2016. 37% in English, and only 2% in all indigenous languages. Yes, true story. I can send it to you. But what's concerning is the reason that's given for that output is that there's a lack of consumer demand. And our strong belief at Ethnikids is that that is a lie, because we wouldn't be operational if that was truth. And we stock books in all languages and we sell in all languages. So as much as, yes, we do speak English, people do still want to read to their children in their mother tongue. So give people that option. We can't just allow our languages to die out.
Yo, I'm just still stuck at 61% of books being published in Afrikaans.
61% in Afrikaans. And it's exactly what you just said now, David. They support their own. They support their work, their artists, their music. And we also need to start placing value on the languages and showing support for them by buying them, showing support for our translators, our editors, our authors. Because if we don't support commercially and buy the stuff, it's literally going to die out. True story.
So now, what career, if you're allowed to mention it on the platform, what did you study, or what is your career or job where you go to work every day?
Oh, I'm in banking. So I studied economics, and then I'm busy with my master's in marketing. I'm in sales. I'm in business development. So yeah, I didn't study anything literature concerned. Yeah. No, I don't have a book background, but we've taken the time to get to know the industry.
You studied economics?
Yes. I did a BCom PPE, politics, philosophy, and economics.
Nzinga, will you ever practice as a lawyer?
I'm hoping to go to the bar in 2022, which is the year after next. I would like to become an advocate. I think that's part of the thing about evolving that we've spoken about. So I went from, I want to be more than what I look like. I want to talk. I want to ask questions. And now I'm like, you know, this thing will challenge me more than I think most things. I think the most challenging thing that I've had to endure is being a mom, because every day you have to learn. Every day, you just saw now the chaos that was here. And we had a chat beforehand, and she was like, no, it's cool. She's going to watch some documentary like thing. Like, I'll see you later now. So I think I would make a good advocate. That's up to the bar if I even get in to do my pupillage. And that's kind of the next phase of what I want to do. There's lots of things I still want to do. I want to write. Kuma and I have spoken about me writing a book for what, 3 years now. It's gonna
Yes.
come. It's going to come.
We're waiting on it.
I want to write books. I want to make beautiful documentaries. I want to be creative, and I want to share some of the things that I learned, that I've learned through the different iterations of my life. So yeah, Rudy, how do you cope with the strain of news reading, considering there is hardly ever any good news? It's a very difficult thing. I think you just need to take breaks. From Monday to yesterday, I didn't go to work because literally every day I read about coronavirus infections. I read about people passing away. I know people who have now passed away because of the coronavirus related illnesses. And it's very difficult to constantly be on. But also it's I'm realizing how important our work is, right? It might not be all far reaching because we're on SABC3 and SABC News, but you keep people informed about what's happening. And when we tell stories as a public broadcaster from people in the Eastern Cape, we had a family in Mpumalanga that had 32 people living in a house with no roof, no water, nothing in the middle of winter. That's a very depressing story to tell, but imagine living that reality, one. And two, because it's on the news, someone will see it and go, this is not okay, I'd like to fix it. So that's an incredible role. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm just the person who's saying it. The journalists and the editors and the teams are the one finding these incredible stories and telling African stories, essentially. So I think that's really important. But sometimes, I think for the first time, I cried on air this year because I read a story that was so hectic and I was just like, yeah. So it's not easy, but it's worth it. And I think I also have a really good life outside of that. I've got incredible friends. I've got incredible relationships. I've got an incredible daughter. And I make sure I go out a lot. That's why I hike. And I'm out in the park all the time. I just want to see pretty stuff, okay? To counteract the chaos that I see. So I think it's about balance.
You unmute.
Nobody can hear you.
I don't know why I'm having feedback. So I was gonna ask, do you think you should be seeing a therapist, or
You think what?
should you be seeing a therapist because of your work? As part of your work?
Oh no, I do. Just for control.
Should news journalists,
yes,
police and whatever, it's a bit deep, but just journalists from what they report, or what they have to report every day,
So I don't want to comment and speak on behalf of a bunch of people, but I think
that's okay.
Is that it's a very difficult job, because what happens is that you go out and you tell stories, right? It's not just you get immersed. You can't just go to someone and they're going through hell and you're okay, tell your story. You can't do anything besides tell their story, because you literally can't help every person that you see every day. That's already an intense thing. Then you go online. We all live online. We're here. Then people are yeah, you suck, whatever. It's yeah, man, guys, I've just been putting my life on the line. I've been going out during the Rona to bring you stories. People are abusive online. It's a difficult environment. It's long work hours. I think that's for a lot of journalists. I think for anchors, we don't. I mean, I used to report. I don't report anymore because, but I think you're also consuming a lot of information, and we still don't know what consuming the large amount of information every day does to your brain. So I think it doesn't matter what you do. Everybody should be in some sort of therapy and be able to talk out the issues. You don't go to a therapist, you're speaking to your friends if they have capacity to listen and help and understand. If you're not speaking to your friends, you're writing it down in a journal, you're working through your feelings, because there's also nothing worse than people who take out whatever they're going through on you because they're not dealing with their lives as adults. Do you know what I'm saying?
So I don't know if this has to, you may have sort of answered this, but are you planning, did you have I mean, like I said, I spent almost every day with you for I don't know how many years, but I never had an idea or a clue that I'm going to see you doing news one day, right? How far do you go in terms of your planning and kind of like you're changing your career environment? Like now you mentioned you do want to become an advocate in 2 years or whatever. So did you have like a, what shall I call it, a vision board and a thing?
Yeah.
And
Yeah. I think you do, but then it also changes. So you don't want to just freestyle your life, right? Because there's also lots of things about unexpected things that come with your career. So when I went into news, I didn't know that I was going to end up in business news specifically and the opportunities that that's opened. I didn't know that was going to happen, right? So I knew that I wanted to be in news broadcasting, and I knew that I wanted that to be for about 5 or so years. I think I started news in 2013. So I've been there for about 7 years now. And I enjoy it. And I say I want to, I do want to become an advocate, but I want to make sure that it's the right time to leave when I do leave. Because there's nothing worse than like changing and then being like, oh no, I made a mistake. But I think that I want to be able to use my brain in a different way. And I plan. So when you plan, when I started at the news at ANN7, right? And then I wanted to work at SABC. So it was like, okay, I think that I understand this new thing. And I think I've got a good sense of it. And I'm decent at it. Cool. Now I want to work for the public broadcaster. I used to drag SABC and be like, oh, Claudine Mutsaneng, la 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 la. Then I was like, okay, let me go work, The more I got into news, I was like, oh, the public broadcaster, that's it. And so that was part of my plan. I wanted to go to the SABC. And I think after 3 years or 2 years, they called me for an audition. And I was able to go there because I did well at the audition and I had the right qualifications and whatever. Yeah, so I think you plan, and I thought that the next place was going to be an international channel. I've spoken to 1 or 2 people who work at international channels about the possibility, but now I'm like, I want to make things. I want to do this, and I want to make things here, and I want to make important, good things that impact people in a positive way, not like the scammy motivational vibes that some people have, but like even small things like sharing websites like Ethnikids and speaking to people about their kids reading, not in a condescending way, but just being like, I found that this works for my child and it's gotten this impact. And I would like other parents to have that with their kids. And I would like other parents, to experience certain things that I think have worked for my child. So
and thanks for the idea, by the way, because you pretty much planned this episode. So, Kumo, someone wants to know, their kids are reading a lot of ebooks as opposed to hard copies or actual books, right, on paper.
It depends on the age of the child, I would say, but what Nzinga was describing earlier now, there are other developmental benefits to reading a physical book. So a child needs to touch the book, learn how to turn the page, and studies actually show that children that read digitally as opposed to reading a physical book tend to read a little bit slower. It could be due to glare or other things. But normally what's recommended is you start them off with physical, but reading is great all around. Whether they're reading an ebook or physical book, it's a benefit, but there are benefits as well to the physical. And also just to bond with the smell of the pages, the quiet time, the switching off. It's also very important for you. The mindfulness that comes from immersing yourself in a physical book is also very good for children because our kids are very stimulated all the time because of digital.
My mom is asking why there's a brown jacket in the frame. Why there's a statue with a brown jacket. Yes, my baby.
My background.
That's a good question.
It is so it's part of my branding on my channel, part of my logos and my overlay. So these are the options, right? There could be
No,
that.
that's a nice.
There's this.
The black works.
There's this. And then I've been using that, I guess, So I think for this interview and for Nzinga's mom, because I'm still scared of Nzinga's mom. I've known her for almost 20 years, but when she speaks, I listen. So I'm gonna do it. Your mom will change the background.
That's hilarious.
Wow.
So someone wants to know, they're thinking of buying the books and donating them, let's say to a crèche or whatever. And I was going to sort of ask a question along those lines of, in terms of what the kids are still being taught at national schools, right? Isn't there a role you guys have started playing or should be playing already? In terms of,
I literally had a little sigh there because that's what we would desire more than anything. That inclusivity that we're talking about, we really want to reach every child. And the only way you can really do that is through government. So we do host readings like in public libraries and what have you that are free, where children get to engage with the authors. But in terms of people buying material for kids, please do, because book ownership is important and access to books is important. And not every child has the economic opportunities to be able to have that. So do buy, do donate. The books are simple to read. Most teachers or ECD teachers should be able to go through them. But if they need teaching guides or learning guides, they're welcome to email us. We can see what we can source. If they need activity sheets, we can look for that as well. Engage with us. We're happy to help. There are also a lot of free resources that are available that we can refer them to. But buy books so kids can get that feeling. And you can get cheap books. Books for as little as 40 Rand are available. So yeah, we welcome that.
They've got all the books. They've got books in all the languages.
Yeah, we do. We even have Tsana with CDs that you can listen to, where the authors read it. Stories like Botselane. You remember Tselane that you grew up on, David? Tselane, Ngwanake, Tselane.
Tselane the Giant.
Yes.
Oh, I wanted to order that and then I
That's
didn't.
written by Butumelo Wesi and she reads the book. Yeah, we're just waiting for more stock of that one, but it's out of at the moment, but we're getting it soon. So that's a good one as well.
Please turn the volume down, my baby girl. Thank you. Do you feel parental guilt if your child does not speak your mother tongue, asking as a fellow coconut? Well, firstly, I'm not a coconut. Okay. That's the first thing. I think that it's important to speak your mother tongue so that you are grounded in the experiences that you have. As someone who's grown up for the first bit of my life outside of South Africa, I've seen how, even though I identify as a Black South African woman, eventually, it's very difficult because when I start speaking closer to people, it goes well. And then at some point, people are like, hey, there's something about the accent. That's like, and and it's taken me very long. The only person that I used to speak Xhosa to without any kind of fear or shame was my dad, right? And if I got something wrong, then I'd phone him and say, what's the best way of saying this or whatever. Because what I find is people will judge you for the way that you speak and make assumptions about you based on an accent and based on whatever they think you lack. But then when you do speak to people in Xhosa, in Setswana, Zulu, and it's not 100%, they also judge you for that. I don't want my child experiencing that. And I mean, there's like lots of problems in the world. On like the list of how terrible it is, it's very minor. But it's a thing that makes you feel excluded. And the older I've gotten and the more I speak Xhosa, and now that I've been able to even find humor and like speak my father's language properly, or as close to properly as possible, I found more of a connection. So I think it's important to try from the beginning to do that. Even if you are not perfect, you can instill that in your kids in terms of the people who look after them, in terms of the books that you buy them. So one of our favorite books is the Handa book. I think we've got 2 copies of it now, about a little girl who walks around and has fruit and is taking fruit to a friend, and there's different animals that are described in there. And it's like, that is how you make kids fall in love with languages, because again, when they go out, and a lot of parents are saying in here, and like English is so pervasive, and English is so, and people also, you still see the examples of teachers making people feel bad for speaking their languages. So again, at home, you need to fortify languages. Even if you're struggling, you then need to go and make sure yes, you're struggling, fine, how are you going to fix it? How are you going to fix it so your child doesn't have the same issue? So books is one thing, videos is another thing. That's also, I think there's so much room for content creation. Paul and I have been having that chat about how we can also make beautiful things in South African languages that are pervasive. So when someone, okay, so when someone wants to watch something, it doesn't have to be in English. And I don't want to use the word normalize, but you normalize just being, instead of it being like an exceptional thing, like, ooh, there's a thing in like Xhosa, there's a thing in Tswana. It's like a normal thing that your child can go to a YouTube channel and there's lots of content that they can watch and consume. Because until that happens, English is going to be a vibe for them. I don't want it to be, but it is what it is.
I'm on your website now, Kumo.
Oh yes, thank you.
You have
Those are just some of the titles.
Yeah, nah. What are you doing that? Yeah.
Do you have ratings of the stuff that's on the website?
Where possible, we ask parents to write reviews. We don't get as many as we'd like. So yeah, there are 1 or 2 or 3 books we'll have where someone's taken the time to rate the book. We'll have a review there, but not as many as we'd like.
Oh, I'll start doing that.
Okay.
Yes, please. We've even tried to do giveaways linked to reviews, but yeah, it's just about asking for them, because I think that's the best feedback. We obviously love most of the books, and it's hard for it. We can't rate our own stuff. It's great to have a proper independent person say this was a great, or I didn't like this about this, or what have you. So we'd welcome more reviews.
And then did you see a spike necessarily because of lockdown? Or are you on your normal sort of curve of how your business operates?
So initially we suffered when we went into level 5. We thought e-commerce would continue, and it didn't. So we were like, oh wow, finally it's our time. And then we weren't allowed to trade. So that was horrible. That was level 5. Sorry?
That because of the deliveries, even online.
Yeah, initially, remember the first 21 days, everything was on lockdown. So that was really tough. And then when we went back to normal level 4, we started to see a spike May, June. It's now back to normal, and it's actually exceeded what it used to be. But I think it's because everyone is confined at home and it's safe. So nobody really wants to go to the stores anymore. They don't want to go into physical stores. The delivery is easy. So we're finding that that's actually worked quite well for us. But we've also lost out on other things like book fairs, like the monthly readings that we used to have in the libraries and the Nyrox Park, the pop-up events. So that's also a loss of income that we've experienced. But we're happy to be online and trading, because I think a lot of businesses are not going to survive.
So this is our local Gogo on the channel, right? And I'm fascinated by this part of African culture and tradition, traditional healers and blah, blah, blah. is there content yet or books that talk to kids about ancestors or sangomas or like along those lines?
There's one book that kind of touches on that. But what we always say is that if there's a book that you feel should be written and you don't find it, the famous saying by Toni Morrison, write it. So I throw that back to you. There isn't enough content and we welcome it. So that she said it and she was an incredible author. So it's the advice I'd give.
I think, hopefully you'll have even if it's 10 more people or parents that are buying books and
Yes, thank you. I see we've already got there in the comments. I'm buying Zelane. I'm checking the website. Thank you so much, everybody. We really appreciate it. And Nzinga, we also really appreciate, like I was saying to Nzinga today, we should just give her shares because she's been there with us, man. From day one, we've watched her baby grow and it's just so beautiful. And you always plug us and we really, really appreciate it. It's so wonderful, the support.
Because you have such great content, right?
Is it
and it's kind of a need.
Is it too soon for you guys to talk about homeschooling? Are you far from sort of what everyone had to go through because of lockdown specifically? So my kids were already homeschooled before lockdown. Like this year, they were registered into a homeschooling,
Really?
except they would have attended a learning center, which administers the system we've registered them in, which is a US system. So, which then allows them, if it took Dale 2 years to do one grade or 6 months to do one grade, then after 6 months they move on to the next grade. Or then they take 2 years to finish what would have been a grade that the normal education system would have forced them to either pass or fail in 12 months or in 11 months, right? So I didn't have the panic that all the parents were having because I stopped believing in the traditional system years ago. It actually took me long to finally be like, okay, Daryl, you definitely coming out of this. But my son by now was like fucking 2-3 years of Ritalin and bullshit, and that's one of the biggest things I'll always regret in my life is for him to stay in a certain school that had to now be part of, we've tested this, we've done this, he's got this, he must be referred to that person is now prescribing and administering this. And it was literally like, hey, if your son doesn't stay on this, he's gonna fail the next grade. That's when I was like, thank you very much. So you also can't just be like, I'm not gonna put my kids on the medication, because the results that you are going to be shown will indicate that he must fail, right? So in grade 2 years ago with my son, we were told he's going to fail grade 3. We took him to another school, less in the classroom. End of that grade 3, he was first in his class. So the main difference was the number of students in the class, more attention kind of being paid to the obviously very expensive or more expensive than the other one. But essentially, it was also like a balancing act. Like you can't just take him off the medication. Maybe instead of 2 pills, it's like 1. But I've always known like my son cannot be on this thing because he's exactly like me. And I wouldn't be who I am today if my parents had options such and such and Ritalin and this and that. So my main reason was, if these people wanna read for 5 minutes and swim for 2 hours and read for an hour and play soccer for 5 minutes, that's what I've decided I'm gonna allow my kids to kind of just be out there, right? So I don't know at the age your kids are at, both of your kids are 4, right? And then what I learned with my kids, when Deo was doing maybe grade 1 homework or whatever, Aliyah maybe was 2, right? So when Day was 6, trying to do grade 1 homework, Aliyah was pretty much there listening in and technically absorbing. So we might have thought Day was such a clever boy, but Aliyah is like another level, you know. But I know it's also partly because when Day was doing grade 2 homework, she was 5, she was listening in. When Day was doing grade 1, and you have to sit on the table with their mom, she was kind of absorbing all these things that, you know. And I think the 2-year-old now you're coming to like tablets and TV and whatever. The little small things like knowing how to use a remote, or how to now turn the volume on off on a laptop, or knowing I watch VP on YouTube, you know. So everything is getting sort of fast tracked from the small one looking at the older kids. So I don't know, with then everyone now having to go into homeschooling, for you guys, are you like, oh yeah, shit, when I'm pregnant, I must go look for school for when he's 6, because that school I wanna get him in, because that's what we went through, you know. When my wife was pregnant, we were registering kids already.
I still haven't registered my kid.
Huh?
I still haven't registered my kid, but I know that she's gonna get into the school that I want to get her into, like without a
So
doubt.
you would still get her into school, normal school, and
Okay, so someone that I know, his sister, they're from Botswana, and they're all like a super accomplished family. The one is a scientist, the one is an illustrator, and the one has set up a political organization that is based in the UK but has branches here and across the continent. They were all homeschooled, and the way they were homeschooled is kind of similar to what you're talking about. It's they apparently, like, their mom would be like, oh, you know, they'd want to know like what cows were, and that's the lesson for today. They lived on a farm. Okay, cool. Let's go check out the cows. They eat grass. You know,
yeah,
and that's all. I know one of them, like obviously personally, is a friend of mine, but they're all very accomplished and brilliant because they were taught at home. So I've thought about that since I've read this book, which is called 20 Chickens for a Saddle. Robin Scott wrote it, and it's about their upbringing in Botswana and a little bit in South Africa and all of that. I think that I would still want my daughter to go to the school that I wanted to go to, because they have a strong focus on maths, science, sports, and the whole package for children. And I think you also need to, I'm also waiting to see what kind of a personality she has, because there's some schools that are for kids. And if she is a child, which I think she is,
yeah,
I want her to go to that school. I've seen that from when she's at home, she is, I feel, learning certain things with me and the lady who helps look after her, who's obviously not here, as you can see. She's learned certain things, like her writing has improved a little bit more, her number sense has improved more, and her reading has improved more, because that's what we're focusing on. So I see the benefits of homeschooling. Also, I don't think it's my portion, but if it turns out to be her portion, which is the most important thing, I'm happy to do it. But for now, I'm still happy to go traditional routes. And I obviously need to start saving and putting aside, you know.
So look, essentially, you're then talking private schooling, right?
Yeah.
And I think for me, we are still now moving into 2 totally different worlds when we go private schooling and versus the usual or traditional government schooling in South Africa, which I know there's fantastic government schools out there, and they've
That's really good.
some scientists and actuaries and whatever, but the majority, that's not the case, right? Especially, Nzinga, you would have seen in the news now, with people having to wash their hands, and now we have to spend 600 million rands on getting water to kids, or the tenders that just to get some schools to have water for kids to wash their hands. There's like tenders of hundreds of millions of rand, and which should have been ready anyway. The schools should have been ready, right? But they're not. So I think some people are even better off actually homeschooling their kids. I mean, we can debate whether there's parents at home or they have Wi-Fi, data, and whatever. But I stopped believing in the schooling system, and then it got worse for me, even with private schools, because I just thought the money is kind of first, in most institutions than the well-being of these people. Will kick out your child if you haven't paid school fees, right? So I think for me that's also kind of like, that's the last number, you know what I mean? That's like finding your child at a bus stop, Kokasi, because the school is out, you didn't pick them up on time, and they're just there, but you're not sure to get your child,
I think
So then I started thinking, once I have the money, do I want to leave my child with you?
Yeah.
So that's then I start thinking, I understand everybody has to run a business here, and then it is what it is.
It is what
So-
it is.
It is.
I love that.
Yeah.
Guys. I want to find a handle.
And Kumo, what are you looking at? Normal schooling system? You haven't really thought about it?
And that's a raging debate in my house. So my husband is very much a fan of homeschooling, and his youngest siblings actually went through the Cambridge system and homeschooled for their O levels and A levels. So they did very well, incredible results. They're now at Wits, so that's worked for them. But I'm still more traditional and old school in my thinking. So yeah, I think the world is changing so much. I don't know. We'll see as we go along. But the fact that my child's an only child, she does need the social interaction. So I think you're fortunate that your children have siblings and what have you. But we social beings, and it's also important for her to interact with other children. So if I did do homeschooling, it would have to be as part of a network or some kind of ecosystem where she still also gets that side of it.
Rainbow Ruby, mommy, look, Rainbow
In case you guys are wondering what are these things, basically just give me money on the show, and some people do. Well, on YouTube specifically, you can literally press a money sign and give money to the show. So
Okay. I keep
Yeah.
seeing 35 Rand, 70 Rand. I'm like, what is this? Okay.
so just so in case you're wondering what's going on, but that's on the YouTube side of the show, because I'm obviously going out on two platforms. We're going out on two platforms. I used to be, so I think I was in standard, I don't know if I was in standard 9 in Meridian College, and I was one of those kids when at some point the principal is going to come to the class and go, the following students must come to the principal's office. And then I'd start picking my books, right? Because I knew my school fees hasn't been. So this was 95, I think. No. This was 93 when I was in standard 9. So now the school I went to then installed an intercom system. Yeah, then the principal stopped walking to classrooms.
I just made an
Then they-
announcement.
They'll go,
Not all the time, bro. That's not
following
nice.
students
That's not.
must come to the. So then it got to a point where when I hear, gung, gung, I would start taking my books.
Oh no.
That's
You know,
hectic.
so those are factors, when it comes to business and schooling and and education. Those are facts that we can't ignore. They're there, they exist, and the options are there. But for me, then again, I can spend 2-3 million rand on school for my kids, or I can be like, I'm gonna give you each $1 million when you're 18. Go figure some shit out, and come back to me. having spent a little bit less on their normal primary school, high school, and even give them the option of, do you want to go to varsity, or do I give you half a bar or a bar and you try and figure out what you want to do,
100%.
They can still make the choice of, but at least I want the options to be there. Because then I also don't want you went to UCT, then there's all those fees. As much as that was the number one and prestigious drama school at the time, I could have went to Fuba at the Market Theatre and did some drama, some acting lessons there, hooked up with Gibson Kenton, them people.
Yeah.
But now there's all, school fees. So for me, those are all things that I think education is. It's not just but what I do encourage, right? And maybe that talks to the choice that Nzinga has made. For me, the only reason I would insist my kids go to a traditional school or a certain school, it's purely for networking purposes. Not necessarily that they have the best education. It's because so-and-so's son went there, or that father and me, we went there. Their kids are going there with so-and-so's kids. Because then, if we have to be realistic about the economy of South Africa, that's pretty much the economy of South Africa. It's the people who went to this school, that school, and that school, and their parents went to that school and that school and that school with their parents.
Changing, right? And we're also part of that change.
Slowly. It's changing slowly. Because then you look at all the masters and MIT graduates as well, in terms of your world CEOs that are running multinationals, then they all kind of met at Harvard and Yale and blah, blah, blah at that level. So yes, there is room and that is happening, but then you have to be in that thing. You also now can't be rolling with the Yale people and then and then you're staying in digs and all the accommodation is paid. But you must take a train from Brooklyn and then take, another 2 trains, and then, which of course there are people who do and they've made it in life. But
the outliers are there always.
Yeah, you're gonna feel it, right?
Guys, it's 22:11. I'm judging myself. So I'm going to get off this thing in the next 5 minutes, because if this person is awake at 11 o'clock, right?
Before you go, did you watch the president's address?
Yes.
And
in
your personal capacity,
you see that
obviously one of the things they announced was government schools are going to close, but private schools are not.
Yeah, I think there's uncertainty. I saw a letter from a body of independent schools saying there's no clarity, and I think they're like, so you didn't tell us what to do, we're just going to go ahead. And the concern that's been raised, it's not my concern necessarily, it's a concern that's been raised, is that the inequality in South Africa because of money. Yes, my baby. We're gonna go sleep now. It's the inequality that's in South Africa is going to get worse and has gotten worse because of the lockdown. People are like, oh no, we're starting to see the inequality. It's always been there. Okay. So a simple thing like access to data. Someone messaged me earlier on tonight. They're studying, they're in university, they're in tertiary education, they don't have access to data. They're struggling to pass. Okay. With government schools and private schools, it's chalk and cheese for the most part. It's, I don't want to make any pronouncements on anything, but I think it's very sad that we live in a country where inequality is still there. And we know that inequality is always going to take long to get rid of, because you cannot get rid of a system of legislated entrenched inequality that extends across spatial planning and all of that, education, everything, in a short amount of time. Everybody acknowledges that. 2, cool, global pandemic. no one could have really prepared. I mean, people could have prepared, but not. But
Yeah.
it's just sometimes with like my heart breaks. And it's also very glib to say that. Being like, oh, this is so sad, guys, you know, and then like move on. I really try and think of ways that I can help, even though like maybe I don't have the most capacity, because it's just very sore to see that people were already struggling and now it's like even worse. And the things that are meant to catch them and the systems that are meant to catch them are not there. And in people's most vulnerable moments, they are not looked after and not protected. And we see that every day. And it's disgusting, one. No, we're not watching anything. We're going to go to bed now. It's disgusting, one, when people who are meant to do things are just like, cool, let's enrich ourselves. First thing. Second thing, it's also very sad because some of the things could have been prevented and some of them couldn't have been. And yeah.
I think, you know, I mean, I think I've even taken so much heat and bullshit and hate and just from supporting government. Like, these people in government, I think this can be done better. I'm going to try and go with it or participate. You know, I've been called that comedian. I was the comedian that was supporting the rapist when then that was the incoming president. And I was at the campaigns and all that shit, right? Lost a lot of money and work. But for me, I always believe if I want to make a difference, only government can make a difference. That's a fact. You can be the best opposition. It can be your career. You'll make money and get paid for being opposition. But you're never ever gonna change shit. You're not gonna make anything happen for anyone, right? You can't. If you're not in government, you can oppose, which is actually what opposition.
I think that, and I don't want to limit it to opposition and government, but it's not only government, and it cannot only be government that can bring about things. Government needs to ensure that
that's my point. So my point was, okay.
Opposition parties, civil society, ordinary South Africans, ordinary Africans living in South Africa can
working with government.
should, not necessarily. If you look at the case of the equal education going to court to try and force government to feed school kids, which is the thing that's top of my mind, and I know that, you know, I can't go very deep into it, but that's what's top of my mind. Government was supposed to do that. It didn't. Somebody who was opposing came in and said, we must do this. At the end of the day, yes, it's government that says now we're going to feed the kids. But if that opposition wasn't there, and equal education is not an opposition party, but if it wasn't there, that wouldn't have happened.
Civil society.
We need different people.
So,
and I'm not about the adversarial life, right? I'm not about the like, people just being like, the government sucks, whatever. I don't think that's helpful.
Yeah.
So there's a problem here. We can fix it by going to court. We can fix it by engaging with government. You don't have to escalate stuff. People go from like, there's a problem to like, we're going to fight. I always think like, what's the best way to work through things, right? But it's not just government. And we cannot, government's not going to save us everywhere. And that's why we also need to be like an engaged citizenry and
Yeah, which is why I've done almost everything with zero help from government, if I have to exaggerate, right?
Yeah.
But because I've always believed these people can come in at some level.
You'll see them on the way
out, right? Or help that person with 1, 2, 3. And now this happens. Obviously, there's different administrations, and then everybody always believes that guy is the guy, or that guy is gonna be the guy, right? Which is now coming to, now there's this pandemic, and yes, nobody expected it. You can only plan so much, but at the same time, like you're saying, I mean, what we are seeing from where we started, where everyone was like, oh my God, Mr. President, we love you. You are doing so great. You're gonna see us through this thing, to all the shit that we read now every day in headlines, and all the corruption and all the just literally some stuff we're experiencing, right? Most of us. Like, is there still hope? That's really my 5-minute rant where it's going. Like,
They said in the bedroom coming
but
home.
I know people, a lot of, so obviously people went through the stages of, a lot of white people just thought this government is shit. I'm done. It's not gonna do anything for me. Then there was the DA is gonna come and save us, and then that was also now like, whatever, right? Then there's the EFF, and people have their own ideas and issues, and now even the people that kept saying, no, 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 this ANC is the one. No, 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 not this one, the other one. No, 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 it's not those bunches, it's these bunches. These are the ones. And now today, here we are. And now I'm just like, I could do without a government. Actually. I think I'll be just fine. If everybody was registered in some sort of, your salary will be paid, you work for a municipality, your job is water, traffic lights, and yada yada. You over there, your job is SARS. But that group, that yellow lot there, that's that's trying to tell everyone we are the ones. We gonna take care of this. I can't anymore, guys.
There's always
I can't.
there's always
So
There has to be hope.
there's always good people in government, in opposition,
Mhm.
in civil
we
society.
know that.
So that what I'm
We
saying
know.
is, so then it's going to get better. Because you can't be like, oh, like, what's the other option? Like, we must all be like, oh, it's going down. Like, from here, it's never going to get better. No ways. And you have to think, like, in what small way can I make this country
A
better?
difference. Mm.
And what can I make a difference? In what field am I playing in? And in that field, can I do something? Do I know someone who's doing something in another field? I have a friend that takes his salary and goes and feeds people, right? And he's been doing it for years and he never told us. And then one day he just told us and he was like, okay, this is what he does. This is what capability he has. This is how it's going. And I think if we do that, yeah, don't outsource your government has to do certain things. I'm not those people that are like, oh, just do everything for yourself and then you'll see the government later. Government has to come to the party. You have to come to the party. Other people have to come to the party. Everyone's at the party. It's a good time. The coronavirus finishes eventually. We all live. We flourish. We have educated kids. We have good skin. We have good vibes. We have good
Guys, thank you so much. Hey?
Kumar,
This show has a
Thank
tendency,
you.
this show has a tendency of not ending, and I wouldn't do that to you if you're 4-year-olds.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Thanks, Nzinga. Thanks, David. It was really
And
great.
by the way, you can come back anytime on any other day talking about whatever. So, but at least now these guys know you, and like, I think I know 95% of the people that watch the show every night for the past 2 months,
Oh,
and they all
nice.
know. Yeah, and then every now and
Next
then
one.
there's like new arrival and new people. So it's quite a nice, chilled hangout place.
Yeah.
So you must, whenever you want, if you want to come tell us there's new books, there's new stock, you drop me a WhatsApp, I send you a link, 5-10 minutes, and then we sell more books, okay?
That would be amazing. Thank you.
Okay, Nzinga.
Thank you.
Nzinga,
Love you.
Good
we have our
night.
kids.
And
Night,
like
Kumo.
the next one, I'm not having this situation.
Hey, that's just how it is, eh? There's no getting away from it.
Are
Good
you guys
night.
coping without alcohol? Are you coping without alcohol?
I don't drink.
That's why we have this great skin. She just said. It's good for you.
You drink
Okay.
water.
Yeah. Juice, water and juice.
Bye. Thank you for
Night,
coming. and
Bye.
doing the show.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Cheers, everyone. Bye.
Thanks for putting together the show. Bye bye, Kumo.
Cheers.
And thanks. don't know why you can't hear me. Maybe I need a guest to be heard. I don't understand. But guys, I didn't change anything. I don't understand. Hi. But it comes and goes. So this just might be the shortest show we've ever done. Guys, I keep asking Losese or Andy Swa to come on the show. Lomuntu, we were staying in the same res, guys. In 1996, 97, 98. I haven't seen her since. Akafuna ukungena. But the profile picture yona ndiyayazi shem. I don't know what happened, eh? Like I have no idea. So anyway, we were talking about so I saw this comment. Yeah, no, this is a deep comment, eh? It's like it's funny and sad at the same time. So if that's what's happened, I think private school kids can continue going to school. I think that's what happened tonight. And some public schools are going to close for 4 weeks. Grade 7s and 12s are going to close for 1 week. And I'm being told, or at least that's what I read, that private schools are okay. And then this comment, but the kids who go to public schools have a public immune system, which is weak. And then the kids who go to private schools have a private immune system. It's a sad comment. It's funny, but it's sad. It's like those things you laugh, but you end up crying while you're laughing. I actually want to check what else, because I didn't hear anything else, and I'm trying to see if anything else happened. Some people said the president looked stressed or tired or looked like he was crying. I don't know. I wasn't watching. Good night. Please go and buy books, guys. And thank you, man. We try. I'm trying to bring you guys the best 2 hours or 4 hours or 1 hour or whatever that I can every night on the show. And so. We can hear you. It's fine. We can hear you. He looked worried. Funny, said indeed. Grade 7 is 2 weeks. How? And this one, age doesn't matter here. I'm trying to look at some of the comments. As for the corruption, guys, I don't know anymore. Like I've given up, honestly. It is here. And I think it will only stop when there's no money left or there's nothing left. There's nothing that can be taken or stolen or corrupted or chowed. I don't know what is the. For me, it's not about the president handling there's a committee. Remember, there's some sort of a council. That's it. So until we all know how exactly that council works, which we don't know, so I can't say the president is handling the situation because I don't know if he is. I don't think he woke up and was like, "Hi man, yazini, wathi ngivalele ama public schools ngibone ukuthi kuzohamba kanjani." I don't think so. So in general, how it's being handled, it's like a give and take. There's things that work, there's things that don't work. Then they fix the things that didn't work, and then the ones that were working start breaking down. So it's it's a 50-50. It's a Mendoza and do. So yeah, guys, thank you so much. That was a dope show. I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to be negative about the situation. Like Nzinga said, like Kumo said, like some of you guys are saying here, it seems there's still hope out there. And sure, Sandisiwe, Dwili. Hey, I said that's the name correctly. I think there's just a lot for the president to take in. Anything you say, will not please everyone. Nope. But that's always been the thing with government. And then Corona happened. You're never going to please anyone anyway. Let's collaborate. Great show tonight, guys. Thank you very much. I hope you guys are using this time well, where the shows are ending around 11 or midnight. My thoughts is that maybe private schools have enough effective systems in play. Of course, that's the thought. That's the thought. But like anything else, everybody thinks they have everything under control until they have to close everything down because one person tested positive. And then everything must shut down. So, guys, what's important is you guys must keep safe. Keep your family safe, your kids. Treat yourself like you have this thing already so that you stay away from other people, or you put on your mask, sanitize, keep your distance, elbow cough, elbow greeting outside, elbow coughing inside. Try not to use the same cough if you can. Good night, Sihle. Good night, everybody. Yeah, well, the volume of the alcohol maybe was a problem. Or they should never have closed it, and then it would have just remained sort of more or less the norm. Good night, Gogo. Chogoza. Good night, everybody. You see, anything that has to be voted for or seconded for already means you are in a stock fair, basically. Because then there's no medical opinion, right? A medical opinion, a medically qualified person would say, Chief, if you don't use a condom, you are going to be infected by sleeping with a person who is HIV positive or has whatever other STD. That is a medical fact. You don't then say, okay, those of you who agree, put up your hands. So I think maybe the issue is with the situation we're in. There's sort of facts, recommendations, new research, some things that are being tried out, and then people are in a room and they go, so Savula Matave, those of you that are in favor, and then a decision is made, and then next week they go, hey, we shouldn't have opened the taverns. Guys, let's close them. Let's close them. Then the people announce they're now closing the tavern. Then they go, what can we open? Then someone says, schools. And then someone goes, why didn't you think of that? Okay, we open schools. And then those of you in favor to open the school, then they open the schools. Then they come back and they go, ish, there's no water. And then they go, shit, ish, yeah, ne, should we close them? And then someone go, ish, yeah, no, hey, maybe we should close the schools. Those of you in favor of closing the schools, 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. Majority are we're closing. We're closing. Let's close the schools. Let's close the schools. What about the private schools? Do they fall under school, or are they private schools? Are they private schools? Then someone says, ish, no, let's leave those ones. No, those ones, leave them. Hey, they're not our problem, those ones, man. And then you have today or tonight. Our shame, Colin. We must go, man. We must go to sleep, guys. Joseph Rams. Good night, everybody. Go and guys. Some of you right now will be at Pusa Thursdays or Ladies Free before 11 p.m. on the Thursday night in Johannesburg. That's where some of you would be. I have to thank lockdown, guys, because I don't think we'd be here. I don't think this show would be happening the way it's happening, the time that it's happening. Hamba wena class, hamba nawe siye Vietnam, shem. Awa Peter Banna. Tina, we have 2 hours here. So good night, family. Nna ga ke batlo robala. Lerato a kena fela a re good night. It's very tempting, guys. Let's come back. Let's regroup tomorrow night. Or we are led by old people. Tired. AJ number. Oh, and I by number thing. It's something I have for you. It'll never change. AJ number. Oh, highway number thing. Something I have for you. It'll never change. Okay, guys, the link is out. Maybe we stay another 5-10 minutes. See how it goes. AJ number. Oh, highway number thing. Something I have for you. It'll never change. Here we go. Just got a thing for you, and I can't let go. Ow, that it last. Ow, now quarantine. The legendary quarantine zone.
Sure.
Hey, Hambanjani, quarantine. What blue today?
Angithi ngishintshe ama-night Brian izolo bakhale nge-white.
Oh, to ngena ngama blue tonight.
Ndoda uthutho ngithi ngiyamngena akaveli uvele nje wablessa wahamba.
I saw 1 or 2 comments from her today. That was it.
Yeah.
Bayambless where she is.
I'm not gonna say anything. Angifuni uzifake enkingeni Brian. No, Brian bengifuna nje ukuthi hayi great show to abo sisters sibongile sifundile okuningi At least now,
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy a few books and then go home, go and share with kids, and then join the show later. Do we have a show tomorrow?
We could have a show. What do you guys want to talk about? Kelly, what do you want to talk about?
No, I think we didn't get enough chance to talk about the president's speech. So I guess we can talk about that tomorrow and some of the things.
We can talk about it a little bit now and see if, because literally I think two things happened. He said he's going to fight corruption, and then he said some schools are closed, some schools are open, some grades are going, some grades are not going.
Yeah, that's where my concern is, because literally that guy just said hi, fellow South African, school, pause, 4 weeks, and then yeah, and then once and letting us know about the corruption that has been happening, and then yeah.
Sure, bro, Colin.
Hello. Bra David. Askies ke batla na le mouse ke batla ho tima YouTube mo PC mo. Oh yeah, go thotse.
Ne ke re ya Alex Braka no tlo ke re ya o mogolonyana.
No man, sing mouse o.
Oh.
No, berekisa ditweba o laetsa di YouTube.
Nna ke mo Sansita re na ditweba re na le ditshwene.
O da manola ko village.
Yeah, ke nna o tiele ya mo Sun City le.
But now, since Sun City kwetse, le tunang since March.
We're just chilling. There's nothing to do. We're just waiting. Like literally waiting for the day we get to go back to work.
Are you guys getting paid your full salaries or papandiwa or pirala?
Not the full salary, but we're getting paid something.
Eish.
Yeah, ne?
Yeah.
No man. Hard growth, man.
We'll get there.
But it's better.
Are you with family then?
No, I'm staying by myself. My family is since March. But I can visit my family because they're literally like 5 kilometers away.
Not Ramkhwas, ko Tlhabane.
Mo leader.
I ke tseba Tlhabane, ke tseba Mogwase, ke tseba Rustenburg, ke tseba ko line yang Sun City.
Leader is the closest one. Like when you exit the resort towards the west, the closest village.
West, how you right when you exit?
Yeah.
I wanted to ask also. Geography.
Sorry,
I garage. Like a garage sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh, Sun City or a short ride or a ride to go village.
Yeah. No, you must come and have a show here, man. We've been waiting.
So now what happens to the game reserve and the animals, and are those people working non-stop?
Some of them are working. I think it's just to have an upkeep maybe on, just to check maybe the animals. But there's no people going into the national game park.
Why?
I wonder now the animals are not surprised.
Yeah. Like.
I know what.
Yeah, plus Vele Colin, Uncle Colin Ashu, he did mention the thing already. There's no mouse that side. So you'll get them surprised.
Yeah. Like it tried. A few days ago, Izamilo there, like through the bathroom window, Izamilo there aftershave. When it's a galato, it's rough. There's no guests. So usually you would get those people that feed the monkeys, and then now there's nothing. Like dustbins are empty, so it's just us left.
So basically, Colin, what you are trying to tell us, Uguti, ama animals wala again. they're actually feeling the lockdown.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, no. Gents, we just need to be grateful. Le lockdown maseyiziwa nama animals so especially in van. Mase zimpathula nama aftershave.
Rough,
sometimes
man.
udithola ko balcony door di bula 99 di bula
Yeah.
gareteng
Yeah, man.
utlali tsa ko Lost City tsa ko
Yeah,
Cape
no,
Town
rough.
ditshwene tsa ko Cape Town tsa Cape Point di utswa
Yeah.
mazimba ba kenya o tsoka festere ba utswe mazimba the monkeys
Yeah, nami kokuqala vele, you know, seeing the train on a close range. We were chilling and then I was having like fruits, nah? And then I was sitting just next to the dustbin. Now, the train they are like they were dustbin and then I'm busy chasing them. I go away. Hey, uncle, I'm put us straight at hey chief, move away from that place. Those things are gonna attack you. Didn't believe him. Yo, brah, when they came, I left my food. Ever ran away from.
hey monkeys will disorganize you hey if you're not careful
Yeah.
they can disorganize you.
But anyway, let's hope for the best, Colin. But then Kanti, ama lodge and resorts, aren't they open to operate?
Nah, no. Some of them
No, only for business.
Yeah, only
Only
for
for
business. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Eish.
No, only for business. So, and you need a permit to get in.
Yeah.
A permit is not a train smash. As I'm social business le. Rustenburg. Yang it is thing a permit. A permit is just it's a permit, mos. Using letterhead. DK and then see right. Spell it. So shall show live shows, Bugeli Loane, size shooter, and those guys they mustn't ask us anything. We're doing business. Reality show.
But manje le permit. So I'm show for what? For the monkeys.
No, angithi start online sisusa la emakamereni nana marketing. Ngoba bona phela. Yabona. Sayithatha siyimixa ngaphandle. Outdoor man. Just one day. Colin was host.
Yeah, we are perfect. I can get people.
And it's gonna be costless, eh? We just need real cameras.
I've been waiting. Yeah.
Awutshelela abantu ukuthi there's a strip club manje kule ndawo usebenza kuyo angifuna amagama kodwa sekune strip club lapho chef.
Yeah, it's been here for the longest time.
Is
not that long, maybe 2 years.
Well, I think it's a new name, but that concept has been here for quite a long time. You know Sun City Hotel, Sun Soho Hotel.
Yeah.
That's where it is. If you know Club Encore, it's directly, I think, under Club Encore.
Wow.
I've been there, and then there was a time I went to show my friends that there is a strip club, but we went too early. So we saw them arriving in their normal clothes, in their flip-flops. And then it was like, we were also like, you look like this when you come to
us. I'll tell you a story. Like the first time I actually saw that, I was standing, I think I was on the phone outside, just outside their door. So I didn't know that this is the strip club. Now I see a couple of ladies, about 15 ladies coming into the strip club. So as they're passing right in front of me, they keep on smiling, like even winking, like Sogbona inside. Now I'm like, and what's going on? Like what's going on, Manje? And then when I looked up, I saw the sign. I'm like, oh, okay, so they are recruiting with Yamas. Maybe come inside.
Yeah, and when I was born, when I was potential.
babona imali, hayi potential.
You know, there was one of the days I was driving around. I won't name the place, with a friend. Ngimshayele around la hlala khona, certain town. So umjida, I'm sitting on the left hand side. We are drive. We're approaching a robot. Eduze ne-FET college. So angazi phela mina. Masime robotini. It's around 8 p.m. Angibona ushiye phela, ngivula ifastera. Hi mom, how are you? Umjida, that's the wrong. We are using the wrong techniques. Let me show you. How much? Hi, 60 rand for 1 round. I was like, what the? You. Anyway, now you're seeing someone normal, Brian. Like that is wearing track pants. Sharp. Ubona umuntu ongathi hello, hi. Hayi, what is hi abaknaki?
Yeah.
But name is value. How? But it's not all about your effort. It's all about the value.
Is the how's day 12 manje lapho quarantine in Witbank? Have you get the sun vitamin B and D?
Hey, I've got more than great news. Mina, I was counting emails. At work, they are counting emails. I'm actually on day 13 today, not 12.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, I counted the day I got my results, but I counted the day I tested. So basically, tomorrow, Maroperiatlo.
You are out tomorrow.
Yeah, they even sent a list of people who are leaving the exile tomorrow. At first, I didn't see my name on the group. Oh, and then I panicked. I called the lady, the nurse who said there's a possibility that I'll leave. I said, I don't see my name on the list. They said, no, relax, Mr. Class. When you're special. Tomorrow, 10 o'clock, pack your bags, and then you are leaving. Plus, you came with your car, so no hassles. So yeah, tomorrow I think I'll be joining the show from home, like I promised.
Is it?
Nama will be sitting, Baba, Egyptian cotton sofa, and a cotton lamb, Elenzo, Mam Mavis.
My kittens were made by Sponondo's mom.
Yeah, I remember you did say yesterday. So, mina ngokushaya nge-grey kusasa. But nenze sure Debs angabuyi ngeskipa se-custard tomorrow. That one needs to be addressed.
Bafake nosikhumba.
Ngisathi ngizombuza. Yazi Colin David angithathi serious. David Izolo uthi uzowenza i-screenshot la. Mangiceda ngimfollow each and every social page anayo. I see nothing.
Even today, I took a screenshot already on my Twitter.
And then we post up my screenshot.
On Twitter now, I've put the screenshot of the three of us. Now.
Did you tag me?
Are you famous?
Yeah, good. Because I've tagged you last night and then you didn't reply. Okay, you are too busy. I need to show what you
reply to it so that I know it's you.
Okay, no, it's fine. You'll know it's me. And then you didn't answer because I was hoping maybe you were gonna reply on my post and say you did manage to get lo Gaspane police station. Who's mutil umdef?
Go to sleep, guys.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting to look at them.
Wake up earlier and go to sleep. Leave my phone here.
Tavale champ. Shy social distancing fake mask. But lento lengathi ile yokuphupha mosile yokuvala amehlo.
Akulalwa la.
Hayi nama akufuza ubaba.
Yazi mangicala ukubona le show uDavid ulale ngo4. Ngathi ngeke kumnandi la.
Yeah, yona vele as in To be honest, this thing is addictive, Bram. I don't want to lie to you. And once you start following these shows, even if when you missed it, when you try and catch up on YouTube during the day, you can see after you spend 4 hours without moving in front of a laptop, you're like, but it can't answer Tatagash.
But for me, it's the most amazing thing because I'm a huge fan of stand-up comedy. I watch stand-up comedy, I think, almost every day. Like I've had like 4 episodes of PMS. Don't know how, I don't know where I got them, but I still watch that.
And you know what's funny about me is that mina ngiqale late follow David Cow. And as long as Moshel is cut, David Cow's house. That's why I saw with as in it's ngabuyele emuva ngifuna uziconfuse into zakudala. Qala la ngiyaqhubeka phambili. So since from David Cow's house bengiloko ngizitshela ukuthi ngizoloko ngibalandela majit but ngithi ngilezi mina ngishaya under carpet. Ngifuna ukuhleka ngiyi-one.
Why can't
Have you watched all the episodes of David Cow's house?
Yeah. David Cow's house nginayo. Even at the time, Uskumba was still driving the chef. Can't Uskumba kahle ma chef babe sponsor.
Yeah, and I got him the chef, yeah.
And that
and then I gave
and
him
that other guy, what's his name? KG.
Shampoo.
Oh yeah.
No, not Shampoo. The other guy, the one who was driving a Mercedes. No, the Mercedes guy. Who? Papane.
Chris Mapan.
Oh yeah, Chris. Yeah, Chris. Hey, that guy was giving you a headache.
But you must go. Did you watch the episode? Yeah, David Cow Live with Chris Mapan. Must go look for it. Remember, I've done the show every night for almost 2 months now.
Yeah, I've checked your playlist. Today, like I spent like 7 hours in front of my screen watching David Cow. So hayi ngeke. No, ngizolala ngepeace.
Uzolala uvuka uthi mwe.
No. This morning when I woke up, I just ngivele ngabuka le yethu izolo. And then ngabheka nje and I'm seeing the comments. Everyone, Tasi. I'm like, was it so heavy in such a way that everyone was so, enjoying that? But then this thing is all for me. It felt as if like I was on stage where you have to go and watch yourself.
Yeah.
So did you see how funny you are, bro? Like uzbonile now good here.
Yeah, I is one in the most.
See, these are some of the episodes.
Yeah, the taxi ride, I've seen it.
So these are all the David Cow lives. There's 33 so far.
Okay. I've also seen this one, the one with what's this guy's name?
Ruben
that
Paul.
One. Yeah, the one
Ruben
with Paul.
Paul.
Yes, the one with Ruben Paul. I've watched it today.
And there's lots of stuff here. This is a DVD I'm probably gonna release. Yeah, Black Song Leaf from 2011.
This one.
Please, man, I want to company for the This is a charity show, come on, the organizer. Come on, the organizer. Come on. Please, man, I want to company for the This is a charity show, come on, the organizer. Come on, the organizer. I'm like, okay, hold on, let me talk to him. Hey, Tata. There's a guy here, he's asking for free tickets. He says he knows you. Oh, as head. He wants to know who are you. How does he know? He says he was with you on the island.
This is 2011, guys.
Fuck it, give him You can see a 1600 just arrived. Wabona, watu bana. Wabona, 1600.
I never played the way back in the corner.
Then let's talk. Where were you coming from? You're welcome. You see, either your seat is very far or Obatare Bone. La.
See what happens when you come late.
Someone is actually sitting on top of another person. I don't think that happened intellectually, but this. What are your seat numbers?
Poor guy, Shem. And he's trying to be a gentleman, eh? But he stepped on someone.
You guys are having an awesome time. Now I have to do a quick register. I have to do it all the time. People right there in the government seats, are you there? Those tickets are subsidized. We don't advertise it. It is very low, but there's a grant. I get a grant from government. I have to do a register, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm gonna start with a minority and do a quick register like we always do with Black Song. White people! Okay. Colored people! The next cream I'm gonna expect from the less expensive seat. Indian people!
Bulala mandioin.
I swear, every single show that I do, Indian people are always coming in late. Then one day I went to the box office. I was doing a show. I went to the box office just to check what's going on. And there was an Indian guy there just arguing with computer. Like, hey. How much for a ticket? Okay. Whatever, come in 10 minutes later.
I remember this.
So I was there. I was like, come on, honey. I just want to see this. She was like, hey, love, don't worry. Eventually, it's going to be free. Ladies and gentlemen, black people! Please keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. DJ Jaws, hit it.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Hello, Dino.
Hi, Dave. Hi, Colin. Hi, class.
Hi, Dini.
Hey. I'm good. How you doing?
Where's your child today?
Hey, they are asleep.
How
I
many
reel
kids?
them in. Unali sleep. Unali curfew. 9:30 we are out. So yeah, they are asleep.
How many kids do you have?
3. I've got 3 kids. Grade 8, 14, 10, and 7.
What's one more when I go fell?
If I remember correctly, yes. Yeah.
Just
So anyway, can I be a bit on the serious side and then leave you guys? I want to enjoy you guys being funny. So can I just say something small that I learned from homeschooling?
Okay.
That our history, especially those of us who are taking our kids or that are not Black, the narrative of our history is different than when it comes from us. Like my child was proper. She was in a normal school last year. This year, January, I homeschooled her. And when I told her our history from my mouth and telling her that, listen here, where do you think Buyelo Bonbahao comes from? We are dark up in, there's a contamination of the gene pool, things like that. And I'd say like, flat bumps are not African, Ronaba, things like that. And she was like, oh, like no contamination of the gene pool. Pardon?
How old is she?
She's 13, turning 14.
Is that your first?
And she's like, yes, that's my firstborn. And she's like, Mama, before this history thing, my whole world was rainbows and cupcakes. And now she's passionate about history and now she's going after it. So as we look, not everybody can homeschool. If you can't, then we need to make the time to sit and tell our stories in our own way. And something as simple as history, just to speak from a Black man's perspective, from a Black woman's, or from a Motswana, or from a Zulu, from a whatever, from that perspective, our kids deserve to hear that. So that's, I just wanted to piggyback on that, on the ladies, that what they said, that history or any other, just talking to our kids is very important.
Yeah,
Are the other two kids also homeschooled?
Pardon?
Are the other two kids also homeschooled?
Yeah, they joined after the lockdown, a month after, I think May. They started in May. Yeah, and that drove me nuts, but I'm cool. I'm coping now. We are on holiday. We are on 2-week holiday now.
And then how old are the other two?
Kibi Tuto's 14, Little is 10, and Tulahanyo is 7.
Okay. So
yeah, and the grade 1 is driving me nuts.
In between snacking.
Pardon?
Yelinka, the 3-year break in between snacking.
That's the biggest mistake. Young Costa, that one. I wish they were closer together. But yes, we're taking 3-year breaks between the snacking. No, there's actually one who was planned. I think Lorraine had a status. Only one was planned. The middle one was planned. The first one was like, oops. And the last one was like, oh, man. So yeah, only the middle one was planned. So
wow. Okay, but then at the end of the day, right, ma'am, usebenzile right, ma'am. 3 years it's enough. You kept it right there.
And are you working, or are you a stay-home mom? Are you working for yourself?
You are the dad, ne? Okay, but look, we are different. But for me, I regret that. Pardon?
Are you working for yourself?
Colin, did you say something? Oh,
are you employed?
Yeah, look, I'm mainly focusing on this year and tutoring maths, because I'm a maths boffin, and tutoring maths to kids. But strictly for my kids' grades. I'm not going other grades because it's going to drive me crazy. So that's what I'm doing for now. But mainly, I'm not doing anything per se. I'm just concentrating on the kids.
No, you're a mother. That's the hardest
job enough. Yeah. Yeah.
So
salary.
Yeah, sebenza. Can I just say it's a lot, especially with the grade 1. Pardon?
Your husband must pay you a salary.
I said that. I think I'm gonna play this part to him just so that look, David said I need an increase.
You must pay for expenses.
Oh, and plus, how Collins and Wena? Pardon?
Yeah, I'm with them. I'm with them.
Oh, bengithi Colin uyasaba ukufakaza ngithi maybe you think. Oh. Yabona dineyona mina ngiyabelieve amawuthi le grade 1 participant Ngibhekele itulo ze-crash lapha emva kwakho nebhola. Ha? Hayi mama, peaceful lapha emva kwakho. Uyasebenza shem.
Can I just show you what we did out of boredom today? We made a human look like this is almost his height. That's how bad it is. This is almost his height. So it's like to keep him, he's driving me crazy. He's driving, and personality wise. And you know, Dave, like you said with your son, and I thought you brought a very, very important point when you said that your son is like you.
Yeah.
And you turned out great. You understand? So you understand what I'm saying? I had a friend whose son, I have a friend whose son is quiet, whatever abnormal is to the school. And then she's like, no, she's trying to go up and down. And I said, but who's like that? It's like, no, but his dad was like that. I'm like, but his dad is fine. Leave the child. You don't always have to go the giving kids medicine and believing that there's something wrong with your child. There's nothing wrong. You married a man that's like that. Your son will be fine. I think school has taught us, Hore, we put a lot of cookie cutter things on our kids. And if they don't fit that, we feel like Rona, as parents, we are under, or or we look at them with those, and they can sense it, how mama doesn't feel that much about me, or papa doesn't see me as that, just because I'm not like other kids. You see, so so I felt that when you said about your son, that you know what, that needs to be, whatever it is, it needs to be nurtured and embraced as it is, not to be forced into.
It has to be molded. It has to be molded into that. So you have to look at talent as and then people start trying to adjust or change you. So I'm with the other way around, right? I take the person and I adjust everything else around them to suit them.
I like that you said if he wants to do reading for 10 minutes, swimming for 2 hours, and do math for an hour, and soccer, that's what childhood is supposed to be. That's what it's supposed to be.
Then he can decide when he's older if he wants to be in a system where wake up at 6, 7, go to work at 8.
Exactly.
You know, I used to sleep during the day, hang out, do nothing, wait for the night, go to a gig, sleep late, wake up. Then I started watching TV shows, and there used to be this TV show called 24, which
I remember.
My wife, I think she was my girlfriend at the time. We watched 24 one-hour episodes in 3 days. We woke up, ate 8 episodes in one day, sleep, wake up, 8 episodes. Like, we never opened the door or left the house for like 3 days. And sometimes that's what I would do, right? If I have a gig in the evening, I'll go to a gig. Sometimes I'd do like 15 gigs in September, and then whatever, November, December, and then I'd have no gigs, January, February, March, April, I'd have 0 gigs. And I wasn't making movies at the time. I wasn't doing any business. So I'd have nothing to do. But my time meant I can wake up or sleep or decide I'm waking up, I'm driving home to Kronstadt, or I'm going wherever. Right? And that's how my mind works. When I decided now I'm going to make movies, then I was waking up at 4 a.m. I'm at my office, I'm picking up people, I'm on a movie set, midnight, I'm done with the stage, I get home, I sleep, I wake up 4 a.m., I go to a movie set, 4 days, I'm done, then I start going to the editor, I wake up when I wake up, I sleep when I want to sleep.
And I think that's the biggest commodity that we take for granted. Time. You know,
that's how my brain works. You understand?
Who owns your time? If you can sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, but all it is the kids, you are in a position to do that for your kids.
Yes.
So if you have a child who can't wake up in the morning, it's either then they go to sleep at 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. and you start picking them up at 4 5 a.m. but you know by 6 now you like by now you must be up.
Mm.
Or they homeschool. They wake up. They know they must do 1 hour of this, 2
Mm.
hours, 1 hour of
Mm.
that.
Mm.
They can play
Mm.
or go on a laptop or watch YouTube.
Mm.
Then they know it's time they must stop. Then you say, let's go for a walk. They're like, sharp, let's go. You come back.
Exactly.
They're like,
Mm.
you know, that's what I'm trying to do, right?
Okay.
When they are 16 or 14 or 18 and they decide, now I want to go to matric to a normal school, then you're like, no problem.
Cool.
Let's go.
And
If
I
they
think
say, oh, I want to drop out, then you're like, okay.
you know, I think the cookie cutter, well, for me, if you're going to drop out, you need to drop out with a plan. How are you going to feed yourself, clothe yourself? You need to come with me. If you're going to drop out, that's the thing. Or if you want to explore something, you need to have some sort of an idea, a vision of what is it that you want to do. For now, it has to be like that. And you give obviously room for someone to discover and all those things. There's that. But you can't just drop out and be 35 and still be living in my house. That they all understand that that's not gonna happen. But you know, I wanted what did you just talk about now? Oh, the time. I wanted to speak a little bit about time. How much time is a commodity than money. I left my job to do this. This was the second time. The first, I left I left my profession to be a housewife. And I went to school, board certified, worked in the lab, all that. When I got married, I left that to be a housewife for 8 years. And then I got a little job, and now I've left the job now for my kids. And what I'm trying to say is I gave up money, and what I got back was time and instead of being in a long distance marriage, for me, that wouldn't have worked for us. And the time and having those kids and in those snacks in between the 3 years, stuff like that. So that's what the years have bought me. That's what I got back. So, and that works two ways: in giving away your time in exchange for money, or being afraid to take chances. This was a big risk for me to homeschool my kids, because as much as I know I liked it, I wanted to do it. I didn't know if it was going to be successful or not. My child hated it. She was crying. Now she loves it. And I said, look, give me 6 months. If you don't like it after 6 months, I'll take you to another school. Well, then COVID happened and now she loves it. But what I'm trying to say, and the last thing I'm trying to say with time, is that if we are afraid to take risks, because we're afraid of giving up the money, my job, my salary, or whatever it is, then we lose time. You can lose the money, and then in 5 years, in 2 years, in 2 weeks, in 10 years, make 100 times more than that money. But once time has passed by, all those ideas will stay in your brain. You can't get back the time.
Now, what you just said about time, story of my life. I just answered to David yesterday after he told me that I should try this thing of comedy and stuff. And then I said, I'm not going to lie to you. Except someone says, Emmanuel, come on stage. Let's do this today or on this day. It's going to be difficult for me. I don't have time. I'm busy. I'm spending 3 weeks of 3 weekends. Like Moklandelana, span Monday to Sunday.
Overtime.
Oh, daughter. Chief. It's not even overtime.
Imagine.
Like okay, 2 weekends standby, and then the other weekend trying to hustle out there, and then the next thing you've got 1 weekend to go home. When you go home, you don't even get time to spend with kids and all that. And at some point, I mean,
do you believe? Do you believe that if? Oh, sorry, there's a delay.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. No, I understand. I know the struggle, says SLC.
Whatever, dude.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Sorry.
No, Mamen. But do you really think that if you did this and you gave it your all, and it didn't work out, do you really think you would struggle to get back into the job market? I don't know. I don't know. Do you think that you would really, whatever it is that you do, would you really struggle to get a job or some sort of, if you just said, you know what, heck it, I'm going to do it. I'm going to put everything, all my energy, all my resources into doing this, everything, and then it doesn't work out. Do you really think that if that doesn't work out and you've done that and it failed and you gave it 100%, do you really think that it would be difficult to get a job? And only you can answer that.
Unfortunately, it's gonna be easy for me to get a job because my skills.
So what?
My skills.
What are you waiting for? Mm-hmm.
My skills we're chopping ends out. They're scarce. No one knows anything about them. David, do you know anything about being a trainer in mining?
You want a real answer or?
I want a real answer, an honest answer. Have you ever heard of it?
No, I don't.
Thanks. It's like, okay, between you and me, guys. Nah. I've resigned while on isolation, but yeah.
Okay, well
done. I took a decision. I wanna try something because this thing you do your sevens and then 75% of what you worked for the whole month, iphelela kuma needs nendleleni, petrol and all that. To hell with it. So I'd rather be home, invest my time in other things, get that same amount of salary after 2 months. I think it will sustain me. So and my kids. So and I've got one child, one daughter.
Okay.
Princess. So
how old?
2. I'm lying.
2 years. Okay.
I'm lying. She's turning 2 on the 15th.
Okay. Did you just resign on YouTube?
Yeah.
Now I wanted to ask.
Amara, you were not supposed to repeat this. Ow. We've talked about
between you and I, Dave. What part of that did you not understand?
David.
This lighting is bad.
Hold on, guys. Let me check something. Are you watching the show from the back or you want to be on the show today?
He's mute.
I wanted to encourage class.
Yeah?
No, I wanted to encourage class. So eventually he resigned on YouTube. But anyway, I wanted to encourage. I wanted to encourage him. 2013, I resigned from one of the well-known airlines. I had doubts like he was. One, you're thinking, what will my family eat? You know, you're thinking, the kids, school fees, all those things. But what Osdino says, the issue of time, because you will have income, but you will have 8 hours at work. You come back home, you still have your laptop, you're still sitting, and you're not giving the kids time. You're not giving your wife time, and you're thinking, I'm the man, I'm providing. But your wife says, but we are here, we want you, we don't want, you know. So that has caused me to think otherwise about being on my own and working for myself. So at least he made a decision, class. So I'm sitting here and I'm laughing and thinking, you know, sometimes we take some things that are very, how should I put this? Things
that you think are important.
That
again, hospital
we thinking they are important. Yeah, wait at class. so that's the reason why I wanted to be part of this. Sure.
No, so what do you do now? Machedi, are you allowed to talk? To tell us what you do now?
Yeah, you are
network.
recognized.
It's not cell C though.
I wasn't gonna go there.
It's fine. You can type in the comments and let us know if you want us to know what you're doing now.
No, you can
Your-
talk. I really want to listen to Babu Machedi. I feel motivated before he even talks because he's wearing glasses.
Yeah.
Not that I don't believe in you other guys.
Look, class, you made a decision, so you better stick by it, and it's gonna be rough. We won't lie to you. It's not gonna be an easy thing. I think Osdinewa didn't tell you that part. She only tell you the best things, but the truth is, it's not gonna be easy, man. But because you made a sober decision, and
I don't
you
know
were
if
saying.
No, the thing is I've been reading about these things for quite some time now. To say when you get to a point where you take decisions like this, you don't have to consider friends, you don't have to consider your close family, because they will tell you all the scary words. Okay, they are fright when they share. They are fright with you to say, but then how are you gonna survive? You are still young. How are you gonna feed the family and all that? Or what if it doesn't work out? So I got all the answers, the what ifs and all that. And yeah, so I sat down, I worked on my finances, and then this year, okay, the car that I'm only paying now, I'm finishing to pay it now in December. So ngisebenzelani if nami nizosurvive. Umntavu uzongibhadala just ukuvula igate lakwakhe ngilivale. I'm sorted.
No, I was gonna say. I mean, Mr. Machedi having said that.
So, but if I may ask, how long?
Papa.
Uska wara bra, as long as kitlo kgono wa flash.
Welcome to unemployment.
No, I'm still going to say my
It's not for the faint-hearted.
Elang resigning in WhatsApp. So I still need to go to the office and type the formal one on Monday. But now, here's the thing. It's not that I'm resigning, that I'm not going to do anything. So I'm gonna have enough time now, at least for my family. And kumnandi njani ukuthi uma negotiator and a job agreement. Actually, I stopped doing CV 2013, and started working on knowing how to do a proposal in a presentation. Yazi kumnandi njani ukuthi unegotiate i-offer from Tuesday to Friday, and bakutshela ukuthi Mr. Mahlangu besicela at least man noma ungaserve nje 6 hours a day. Wow, ngibone ngathi ngiyaphupha. Ngathi okay, no problem. So at least now sengizoba ne-stress once in a year where I have to do my finances and stuff. Actually in business, that's another stress, but it's fine. Story for another day. But now, okumnandi ukuthi I'm not yet an entrepreneur. I'm gonna be a self-employee, so it's not gonna be a smooth ride, but it's gonna be a great challenge and a great journey.
No, you'll have fun.
Good.
It's gonna be fun after surviving COVID. Yes.
No, you survive COVID. You'll do anything you want.
Oh, there's nothing stronger than COVID.
Always tell
and you
yourself
still have
that.
And the good thing is, if you've got a good support structure, including this show, it might be easy. If you've got a support from home as well, I hope your wife knows that you resign via WhatsApp, or she only gonna find out tomorrow when you get home.
Wife.
I just
Chief wife.
I just notified my baby mama that she needs to put my daughter on her medical aid, and then I'll pay the cost.
Mara David.
Tavo. As
Jalo boy.
kind of lama
Yeah,
seven in
os Dineo.
but my double standard life at least still exists.
You
Mara
know,
David
it's like,
David doesn't look at mara mangfike kai.
you know,
Says
it's
who?
like
Hey,
class is
Uzobona?
trying to move past these things, but David keeps on like reiterating the point.
No.
For everyone to
Okay.
hear.
Let me share this. This is not fun. Okay. 2 years back, I took a decision. You khalela izinto zabantu abadala. Alang span, I've got 10 years experience in span. Ngizohlula yini mara? Let me get married. Yo, azange bangitshele iqiniso. Njengoba umdava athile athi uDineo khona
Showed you
ngakutshelanga
playing.
kona ukuthi kuzoba rough. Ngijike endleleni yabona. So alright umdava makathi this guy is staying I1. I'm ngicela ukushaya U10. So that is why I'm turning my life
Oh, okay.
completely. Yeah, so konke kuzoba grand. It's like it's gonna be a new start for me, new everything. And believe me when I say this, it's not easy for a normal lady to believe you when you say I'm thinking of going into comedy. Uzokuthi uyaqala. Awukho serious.
But a good wife
So you wanna
is a
do it?
multiplier. I get what you
So
heard
you
from the
wanna
other show. A good wife is a
yeah.
multiplier. So we can't blame that lady or sitting U-turn, but going.
No, only rough. Uskawara. They were.
Easy every night. Go see Sheba singing, go princess. Sheba singing, Tenji,
No.
where singing mo.
Ungawari
And
ngaloko
yet,
Mdavo. Entanglement. But then
and you're not busy. And you
I'm
know
sure
you're
some of
busy. Class.
his ex-girlfriends are available here. They want to make him jealous. Just go in the timeline.
Don't worry, man. Leave that.
I will.
Guys. I just wanna mention this valid point. Going back to you, Dineo. She has the topic. It kind of slowly, but man, just say serious. Okay.
Schmitz.
Time.
Ah.
It's the time that got me into a situation where I had to make a U-turn. Because now I was always not available for my decisions. So I wasn't ready for all of
Okay,
this.
that's fair.
Yeah. So that is why I say I've lost a lot of things because of not having time for my own life. So but it's fine. It happened. Life.
Yeah.
So we are staying. So we're great.
No, at least in Fana, know you've got time to write jokes. So, because by the time we start performing, next year, when I was material. But for now, we're all unemployed. In fact, Ongaya number to your employer. I'm gonna try and get your job until I can get back on stage.
And the African blood.
If you don't mind.
Goody mining, Dave. Really?
What I'm train? Batlo untrain. Batlo before via.
I'll train
someone else.
Ngingakhatha ne-notice half ngibatshela ngiyothwasa idlozi lingibizile. Not in trainer wena.
This is Dineo. Hey, Dineo, like, thank you so much for coming in with those words, because you made me realize something. Like,
what?
All this time, it's like the 9 to 5, like we've been losing time, as you say. But ever since lockdown happened, it's like we were given time, some of us. Like I've never been to work since the 18th of March.
Wow.
But now I have so much time on my hands. I've been literally, because I DJ, like I used to DJ part-time.
Okay. Yeah.
And now I've been uploading stuff on the internet and people are starting to react, you know.
Yeah.
Now I've got like 10 subscribers. Someone is saying, hey,
yeah,
your music is so nice. Like,
yeah.
All these years, because I've been DJing since I was 14. All these years, I had never done that. until
Wena
now.
ufana nami wena. Nami lento le stand up comedy
Class, but don't steal
bengiyenza.
someone's shine.
Yeah.
Whoa, let me wanna
Class,
hear
move,
Colin.
move, class, move. Class,
Oh,
shut
okay.
up, class. Class, shut up,
No,
shut up, shut up,
bayafana.
class.
No indaba nami angithi
Because
ngayisengiyela lento ye-comedy mangicala
Ay,
ukuqala
ay,
ngathi
ay, ay.
angiyiyeka lento le. Manje seyibuyile came back and caught up with me. Ngathi into yamadlozi. Yabona ubona uma
Madlozi
ulandelela
a tsena
idlozi.
kae? Re se re bua ka taba tsa
Ngiyabuza.
Collins le DJing.
Angithi naye idlozi lakhe liyamlandelela
class,
manje.
mawubani neli wena.
Okay.
Class, mawubani you were talking today 40. Thula man, thula.
So yeah, like no, I've got so much time on my hands. I've started to download the music. Now I've realized like, yo, there's so much things I could have done for like the longest time. Now I'm here, I'm by myself. I don't have a kid, but you know, time is literally moving. Now my fear is, what if Kitsena go to age 60? Now I have to look back and reflect. Okay, but what have I done with the gift? I'm gonna have regrets when I get to that time.
All in the name of a job. And I'm not saying we shouldn't have jobs or we shouldn't make an income. Obviously, to be responsible, because class, I think I heard you say, Hore, you've planned, you've been thinking about this. So obviously, financially, a way in which you did that. Obviously, be responsible and be thoughtful. But I think when we neglect everything that is in us, gift how Collins, then you are trading your life for the rents and honestly. So go for it. Go for it. Add subscribe. Which way? Add subscribe.
Thank you so much.
Colin,
Do you have a book or something? You should write a book.
Pardon?
No, I'm saying, do you
Thokozani.
Thokoza gogo.
Thokozani, guys. Thokozani. Hi, class. Hi, Colin. Hi, Tabo. Hi, Altineo. Hi,
Hi,
babe.
gogo. Hey.
Thokozani, guys.
Rutelne guy.
Thokozani, kiting. I thought maybe I should pop in and say hi.
Hey.
And say what else?
I thought maybe and say hi, and then the conversation alone about the marriage, about those who has run away from paying lobola.
You Erika.
What is your advice?
Yeah. Ke bona re le nna ke tsene and then ke fe di advice mola le mola. Okay. Hello. Hi. Oh, ke bakene. Okay. Ke tlo thoma ka class. Class should
Thoma ngami ngoba sine gold sonke.
Yeah. Team Gold. Okay. Like okay, class. Kutlo ore like o bethile U10 o tlamile o ntsha lobola. So I don't know or U10 pila ko wena o bethileng or ke the lady a bethileng U10 na.
Hayi ilobola bese ngikhiphile konke ku right. Bese bemele ngishade gogo, bemele ngishade last year December, bemele ngishade. But then ngoba ngithi manje sisuke si-investe impilo yethu kakhulu kuma career nesikhathi manje ngabe sengiyahluleka kuba available ngajika.
Okay.
Buwa gogo.
Okay, manje wahluleka. So ke batlo yitse hore uyasazi isitswana ke mina isiZulu sami ngathi samfukeng angikho perfect ukukhuluma isiZulu.
Iza nazo wena ngizokukho.
Ke utlwahala.
Yep.
Ke zama kera network. Ke utlwahala.
Yeah.
Ra utlwa pila.
Oops. Ke utlwahala.
Yes, ra utlwa.
It's perfect. Phela ke thole ke network ka at this fly by night ba itswalla. Ne?
Gogo ka Cell C. Yeah, gogo.
Gogo bulela utlwa ska wa reka picture ra utlwa.
Gogo.
Ugogo ngathi usebenzisa i-infrared.
La ngikutlwa.
Bas. I see moving
Ga utlwa
figures.
gogo.
Ukholela ngaphatilanga igezi.
No,
bengithi igezi yakhe ile yabona igezi le yase-MRDP umacima umakhelwane nale yakhe yacima.
No, ke load shedding. Yeah.
But anyway, ugogo mela buya ngeke phela.
No, class uthi maybe wena ukhona omunye umuntu bakhayijekile.
Nakutlobulela ka Setswana.
Hayi ugogo angathukwa. Thina kwaMahlangu asibaleki, asisabi challenge. Siyayiface. Kodwa ukuyiface yazi kunjani?
Except
No.
Linyalo.
Mama
challenge kaMahlangu mara you 10.
No, leyabona le yenyalo ne. Indaba yenyalo inzima. The thing is, yazi indaba yenyalo mina I will go back to the same topic le yezincwadi or umtako la ikhulumile ngencosi yakhe, ne? The thing is, Tina, we are ama-Grootman wethu, they failed me. Ngasho njalo. I'm not blaming them. I blamed them when I was in deep sorrows and stuff, when all this thing happened. But then, into ngabablamela yona bayi-one. I just rocked up ngabatshela ukuthi ngiyathrowa. They didn't ask me ukuthi yazi yini umshado. They didn't guide me. They didn't ask me all the relevant questions. And to think
But can I say something to that? I feel like society in general, especially we generally over-educate women on family and marriage and completely forget about men. No, like nobody told you what it takes. That's actually a valid thing. So I get it. Jokes aside, I get it. The reason why there's so much clashes. Mosadi is overly educated or being told from Olomunyan what it takes to be a wife. But a man, no one tells you what is it that a woman expects from you. No one even tells you you have to work. What is it that you have to do to keep your wife? No one tells you that what is it that you need to do to make her feel wanted. Nobody tells you that. Nobody tells you how to relate to your family versus your woman. How do you keep your family in check and how do you keep your woman in check? Nobody educates that in a healthy way. How do you draw boundaries? So now I'm pro men, by the way, so much so that some ladies think I'm cuckoo. But I feel like as a society, we've done our men a disservice. From the way
exactly nayo lento yikhulumako ukuthi because now here's the thing. Tina same thing mawushad wa emshadweni white wedding yamapedi or yenguni. Why okay yamapedi okay let's say nguni ke nguni wedding ne utlo ragadi utlo ragadi ga advice ari ngwana ka or mkhwenyana athi makoti uyibambishisa umkhwenyana basho next kuye bacabanga by default bathu right and yithi kakhulu isiflopa over imingcwabo kahle yithi because now
and the flop when it's all number
we can't handle pressure Oh, as in anyway,
Yes.
right. Ubuyile ugogo. Thokoza gogo.
Are re kgutleleng ko gogo. Thokoza gogo.
A re boeleng ko gogo. Yes, gogo.
Gogo no go bua le
Gogo, o
class
sharp.
ka Setswana. Gogo sharp. No go bua le class ka Setswana.
No network ya gogo ya mkhawat.
Antu gogo hlala kuphi?
Amaskra.
Ah. Batshontsha cable duze nesporweni masilapha.
Careful.
Network yakhe
Class.
ifunchikilekile.
Careful.
Oh. Emawubani. Akahamba ecarousel izobamba kahle hotspot.
Yamkhawata gogo.
Yamkhawata gogo.
Hello, everybody.
Hey,
Hello.
How are we
Welcome from
doing?
London.
We're doing good. How you doing?
I'm good. So I'm listening to class. Just want to clap hands for you, dude. I've never had a man who admits that amadoda, they are wrong, but then they are automatically proven right all the time. When I'm sad. Well done, dude. Well done. We really need men like you that will stand up and say that nathi si amadoda, we need the teachings. Like,
uDavid ushilo wathi angeke ngibethi ngisho.
hawu wena sokhuluma indaba zobusingi.
But
bese ngisho nje kuphela.
Sisbuhle,
Hello.
having you guys said that, I think it's the issue of Osdinel. The same way we starting to learn and understand this homeschooling thing,
Yeah.
it's still coming in our generation to teach the young boys how they become. I look at the relationship that David has with his son, and I'm thinking, if he goes on like that, don't smile. It's just a compliment. Don't smile too much. If he carries on being in that way with his son, imagine other men like us looking at him and saying, "This is the type of a father I want to be. This is a relationship I want to build with my son one day if I have a son." So you get me. So it's the same way of how we grow up. We grow up thinking going to school it's normal. Even when I say school, it's something else.
Yeah.
So same applies with how we address certain issues. Same applies with the marriage and the raising a boy child and how to instill these things to our sons. So yeah, it's gonna take some time, but I think we are in the right directions. It shows like this that we learn that you know,
Yeah.
like I know since the lockdown, it's difficult to get my daughter to focus, and I'm thinking, my teacher but to see us Dineo doing it, I'm thinking, yeah.
Bali 3, hey? With one rascal in the middle.
Hey,
Oh, yes.
Hi,
Thank you.
Apostle
Sorry?
Peter Jones.
Apostle.
Hi, good day, everybody. Oh, it's evening, Konje. Oh,
Man
no.
of God.
Yeah, I know.
Amen,
Especially
Peter.
on this, on the comedy platform, everyone is saying, "Oh my goodness, he's a man of God." Oh, yes, I am.
Oh,
Thank you so much for allowing me to come. Oh, yes. I'm a young minister of the gospel.
Okay.
So yeah, I just had brother class speaking, and I followed the pitch recently. You know, we all grew up listening to Brother David, and yeah, he's been a great laughter in our lives. So I just wanted to really appreciate you for your work that you've been doing. Yes, you have changed a lot of people's lives with your comedy. Yes, even mine you have. So thank you so much for your gift. So yes, I've been listening to the topics. I've heard Sister Nell speaking, also Brother Colin, Brother Tabo. Oh, Sister Princess was not here at the time. But yes, I've heard everything that you've been talking about. It's amazing. Yes, one of the things that he said, Brother Klaus, was, it really touched me to realize that actually this is true. We have the places where that were never actually being spoken of between Banna in general. Mari, you know, I grew up Kasusutu, so we were taught a lot of things about our culture as men. But now, what you have to do, and so on and so forth. Other men had to go to the mountain and learn the culture and know actually what is the duty of the man or the job of the man. So even now, even though I'm a Christian and I'm a born again Christian, we are still teaching men in the church how to behave, how to handle everything scripturally. So up to this point, we are still doing the thing. You find it in many scriptures where you are taught actually how to handle situations in your house as a man, how to handle everything in your house as a man. So you know the duties that you have to do. This is a comedy platform, so I'm not really gonna quote scriptures. I'll take forever to do that.
Why not? You can.
Bless us, anoint us.
Okay, I'll have to go upstairs to get my Bible so that you can go through it. But the Bible actually, most of the times I realize that men have been put in a place mostly they've been put in a place that is very dangerous. Many men right now, they're committing suicide because they're losing their jobs. They are going through a lot of chaos right now. We have seen a lot of gender-based violence. We've seen so many things that have been happening. I had to go to a couple of radios to actually speak to men and say, brothers, we understand your pain, what you're going through. Let's discuss this thing. What's really causing this thing? Why men are so angry? What is going on? Is because we were never really told that actually the man is not the provider, but God is the provider. So we are put in a place of God, even though we are the children of God. So men are told, you need to provide for your family. You need to do whatever you can, whatever that you can to take care of your family. But when things are okay, we thank God. We say, oh, God is a provider. God is a provider. So now most men, they are in this trouble right now because they've been put in a place of God, which is God the Father. And he's the one that has to provide for the family. It's just that the man is being put in a place of leadership. Now, the question that I asked was, between the mother and the father in the family, when the children are hungry, who do they cry to? To one parent or to both parents? And who do they expect the results to come from? To one parent or to both parents? That's just my question. The kids, when they come, they say, we are hungry. They come to both of you to say, we are hungry. We expect food from both of you. They don't care who's the provider, who brought the bread, who did not buy the bread. So at that time, you're both the provider. Now, who do you look up to for provision? Both of you as parents at the time. To their father that we call God the Father. So God is the provider. God is the Father. He's the one who provides. But it becomes unfair if it's only one-sided, where the man is the one that has to provide. Right now, Brother Klaus said, oh, I want to quit my job and go into comedy. So what if the lady says to him, well, I'm not working right now. I can't take this. He's going to have to stop on what he has to do or on the thing that he wants to do. One of the things that I wanted to ask him actually before I continue is it your gift? Sorry, is it your gift to do comedy or it's your hobby?
I strongly believe it's my gift to talk and to change people's lives. So making people laugh is added as an value.
So it's your gift.
Yeah.
So working, you said you're a trainer at your workplace.
Yeah.
You'd say it's your hobby.
Yeah, to work, it's everyone's hobby. And yeah.
So I would say you have to be at the place where you're using your gift. Because where your gift is, that's where your money is.
Serious?
You can make, yes, where your gift is, that's where your money is. Many people are looking for money or finances in their hobby, only to find out that actually the hobby needs to only support the gift. But from your gift, that's where you're gonna get, you know, all your finances from. So God plays all your finances, your millions, whatever it is, in your gift. But the hobby comes as something that's gonna support your gift. That's
Well,
how it
that's
works.
what I do. So I know what my gift is, but because I was spending my money helping other people realize their gifts, I had to
Yes.
find other things to do to support my gift.
Yes.
Which then I went into my hobbies of whatever businesses that I was trying. But all those businesses, the money will always go back to trying to do the best comedy show, trying to find more comedians, and or trying to be a father that when I want I can do comedy, when I want I can make a movie, when I want I can sit in front of a laptop every night for 4 hours for 35 rand
Yes.
sometimes, sometimes 30 rand from Qunta, because I don't make money from this thing, right? But I can't stop doing it.
Yes.
My is to make people laugh or make people feel better or share whatever information that I can. But
Yeah.
I'm capable of 20 other things which I can do for money.
Yes,
But
true.
that's not my gift. So I don't have to be an engineer, but I can get you an engineering deal or an engineering contract. But I don't have to be an engineer.
Yes. True.
So
So we go back to that thing of saying that the hobby can actually support your gift.
yeah.
On your gift, you never get tired of it. You always have content. But on your hobby, you get weary, you get tired. Scripturally, we call it longevity. When you're using your gift, you have the anointing of longevity. So you can do it until you die. You never get tired. You always have content.
What did I say to you, class, yesterday? I said, even when you're 80 or 70, you can still become a comedian. If that's what.
Yes.
But you
Yeah.
can't
Yeah.
open
Yeah.
your mind until you are 70. I can guarantee you that.
And
Yes. That's what is
and
called
on top of
longevity.
yeah, and adding on that, David, God will bless you because yesterday you identified another talent. So yeah, you'll be blessed, brother.
Amen.
That's what the gift does. You become an iron to sharpen other irons. You remember that scripture? Iron sharpens iron. So a gift is an iron. It can also identify another iron in another person. That's how it works.
Well, I tell people
So you
every
can't
night,
go.
there are no coincidences, especially on this show.
No.
Yeah.
You actually anointed. You anointed brother Class. He's already known from yesterday. The
He's
thing that
popular
most people
now.
don't understand about anointing is that if you meet someone who is functioning completely in their gift, if you go under them, you tap into whatever anointing that they're functioning in, so you are easily going to be found. But if you try it on your own and then you don't have someone who's there to mentor you, who has already made it, you're going to fail over and over again. So you need someone who can mentor you in everything that you do. So in this case, you started this page actually to mentor a lot of other people's gifts from this point, from this page that you have right now. Brother Colin, he's a DJ. He managed to find amazing words that are encouraging, which are seeds. The Bible called them seeds that came from Sister Dineo. He needed those words. Brother Class also needed them. So this is like a class of mentors who are just here. It's What time? It's 12 midnight. We are talking right now and we're discussing amazing things. How to raise your kids, scriptural stuff. All these things are being discussed on this platform because this is the platform of leaders. That was started by you, sir. So I honor everyone who's here right now. Yes, it's really powerful.
Thank
Our
you.
country is
Very.
depending on every head that is on this platform right now. Our country is depending on every head that is here right now. We always look outside
True
for a
that.
gift or for answer, but we never look within our own country to see that actually we have powerful people in this country that we can trust on and look up to. I stopped looking outside because I saw that no. We're actually making a big mistake. There are powerful people here now. Why do you have to outsource when we can actually go to Mr. David Kau's show that you grew up watching and laughed? Why do you go elsewhere? Why do we change? What is it that you're looking for? That's how we get into trouble. Because you're going to tap into some things that you don't know where they came from. But we can learn from here. We all speak these languages. Sotho, Zulu. We know Africans. We know all it here. The gift is here, and our answer is here. We don't have to go elsewhere. We don't have to go elsewhere. And I'm saying Sister Dineo is powerful also. She's such a great lady. If she can stand in front of ladies and teach them how to parent, oh my God. No man will beat that lady.
I do that, by the way. No
Oh,
man
yes,
would.
that's powerful. No man will beat that lady. There will be no divorces. Because a lot of ladies need to hear you speak. A lot of ladies need to hear your thoughts about marriage, your thoughts about raising a child. Many couples right now, others are new
Men
parents.
too,
They
though,
don't know how to
Apostle,
raise
not
kids.
so. Men, don't you think
Sorry?
also fathers need to hear what their role and the importance of their voice in kids? It's not just it took
Yes.
a man and a woman to make a baby. Surely a man and a woman, if men understand their role in their kids' lives, surely it takes both.
Yeah, Dineo,
Well, I
mina
would say
ngiyakutanda uyawajamela amadoda reg.
No, I do.
she
You
is.
know, class, I do. You don't understand.
I feel like
We
I
need
have
you
a
guys.
sister
We
in you, eh?
need you. Hey?
We hear your cry.
I feel like
No,
I have
we
a
need
sister
you guys.
in you, eh?
I hear your cry. I really do. What I know is that our brothers, they already know what they have to do. They already know what they have to do because inside
Why
of
aren't they
them,
doing it?
in which way? I haven't met really
No,
a man who does not know how to do their work. Who doesn't know how to do the garden here in this platform right now? We all know how to do garden. We are raised by our grandmothers or mothers. We know how to do the garden.
Gonna be a long
We all
night.
do. Sorry?
I
They
get
don't
it. This
know.
is going to be a long night. I'm sorry, continue. Yes.
Yes. Every man know how to do garden, especially if you're raised by a grandmother. You know how to do garden. As for me, for my side, God didn't really give me the grace to be able to deal with the pots and all that. But I discovered I complain less when it comes to cooking because I don't know how. So I can't say this is because I don't really know how it has to be without or with. Maybe I'll mess it up if I put salt or so I let it be. So God did not really anoint me with that part of cooking or anything. So I leave it to the ladies to deal with that part. But I'm very good at fixing things. I believe there's a portion for men. Men should know how to fix things. A car is broken, he needs to do that. You don't have to tell them you have to fix the car. My car is broken. He has to take your car automatically and go fill it up. He has to fix your car if it's broken. If you're at work and you say, "Oh, my car is broken," he needs to know that it's his job to go fix the car. So we can't fix the car, do the garden, make sure that the electric fence is working, the gate is fixed, everything is fixed, even cook for you because it's Friday. Well, that's not my part, that part. So we are fixers. We are Bomester fix. If you break something, we fix it. If the globe is broken, we'll fix it. Don't worry. You don't
Is
have
that
to
all
say
a woman wants or needs, though? Is that all? Is that because I hear doing,
what the
doing? What
woman
about being?
or the being. Now you're speaking about the heart-to-heart issue. The other thing that I'll say, when it comes to a relationship, learn to be able to speak about things that you're not going to be able to talk about as a couple. Things that you know that, you know what, this thing, maybe if I'm standing in front of people, I won't be free to talk about. The most serious thing, be able to talk about it. Don't keep things on the inside as couples. You know you like him if maybe, for example, he put his finger in your ear, but you're not comfortable to tell him, hey, I want you to put your finger into my ear. I'm just making an example, all right?
My mind was in the gutter. My goodness. Whoa.
All right.
That U-turn.
Oh, yes.
I needed that U-turn. Hey, class. Oh.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Like what?
Oh, God.
What did you just say?
Yes. So,
Woo, that got that real quick in my head. I'm sorry.
Oh, yes. Well, we are talking. It's 12 midnight. I believe this is for couples. They really need this. So if you know there are things that you like as couples, don't be shy to actually address those kind of things. Don't say no. Don't be professional in your house. Don't be professional in your house. Don't bring profession at home. If ever you are a crazy person, sorry?
And don't be formal.
Yes, don't be formal at home. If you're at home, be the craziest, the most craziest partner in the relationship. Be that person that she really want to know. Because I think most men, they pretend a lot. They want to be these serious face people. They know there are things that they like, but they don't want to say. And the lady also, she knows that there are things that she likes in a relationship, but she doesn't want to say. But you have made an agreement that you're going to walk this journey together. There are things that he needs to know about you. Oh, okay. Right now, I'm in Nelspruit, Mpumalanga. At the moment. Yes, I pass with bank all the time.
From there. I got married in Nelspruit.
Wow, praise God for that. Amen to that.
Yeah.
Sorry,
so we have to talk about these things. Talk about anything with your partner. Be free. Love same music. Even though I'm a man of God, right? There are some songs that I know that but for her sake, we will bump our heads together and end up liking it. No, not really. No.
Apostle,
Yes, sir.
can I take you back? Can I take you back quickly before
Yes,
you
sir.
got into couples retreat? Let me quickly take you back to the question. Ausdinel. Most of the time, what messes up things is when we men shift from our position. And that's what most of the time we get to be responsible for certain things. Earlier on you said we've been taking a position as if we are being gods and being the providers, and God is the provider. But at the same time, we messed up when me as a father, I get to mess up if I don't take my position as a man in the house and show direction as a man in the house. So that's what most of the time we get to, because remember, if I take care of my family and my son knows how to take care of a lady, it will be easy for my son to influence his friends out there how to take care of a lady.
Now, what I was saying is the thing that you're talking about right now. It's not really being a provider. The man is not really made to provide until the time when the man fell, according to the book of Genesis.
If my
when
son
the man fell,
Can I jump in?
Cindy,
Oh,
sir.
hello, sir.
Welcome.
Hello, sir.
Hi, Cindy. So,
Lochani, Lochani.
Hey, hey, the
Um,
Barato today. In your Lucy.
ngizengubeni ayisana yeah, so but okuningi engifuna ukungenela nje ila indaba the biggest thing and I say this with the most humility I can, is that you find Uti, there's certain perceptions that have built up in a society, whether it's on a religious base or a cultural base or um, basically societal norms. Now, why am I bringing that in is that there are certain things that have been built up and people have generally put into structure, bazenza, into what the code of conduct for societal development is. And I've had issues with is that things like the context of a man and a woman in a biblical sense being taken out of context. Biblically, the Bible says it's a partnership. In terms of the roles, it's not necessarily saying those roles are solely identified in terms of gender. It's basically identifying the roles in terms of it's a partnership. Each role is important. So whether or not a man is the one hunting or the woman is the one hunting, or whatever role is being played by whichever gender, the biggest thing is that whatever effort is done by the two, it's a partnership. It's equal in its implementation or the outcome or whatever. So why am I bringing that is that I was feeling that it was what Apostle Peter was saying. It was just leaning too much into a societal definition of what a perfect functioning society is. Like what David said right now and what was being spoken about right through the day today in terms of how he's raising his kids, how Sister Neo is raising her kids. My nephew is going through a public schooling system. He's blessed to have someone like me, Lanekaya, someone who can ensure that Wi-Fi these are the free platforms you can utilize just to ungalahlekeli. But I'm not mad at him for just watching about 15 minutes of whatever that educational material is, and then he starts focusing on his gaming. It actually revealed in me what boy is actually interested in racing. And I'm like, okay, cool. Look, you can check out these couple of shows, check out the shows like YouTube, and then you can learn about gaming on that level. And it's been a blessing because now me and my nephew have this relationship. I always tease him with Entwana Maro, Mfana Selokshi, Mfana, and you like Justin Bieber. That's not really a
doesn't match.
But when he comes up and then I hear him out of nowhere, he'll be singing a comrade song with his grandmother, my mother. When my mother likes to wash the car every morning before she goes out, and he's there. And I've learned he's a dynamic individual. Like he has different interests, things like and what I'm basically trying to drive at is that let's not have a general A and B, C, D, E, F, G definition of how society is functioning. Things are equally important, whether on a cultural essence or Christian essence or I don't know, civil society. Anyhow, I feel the biggest thing is that contribution needs to remain and acknowledged as every effort that is done out of love needs to be taken as an equal effort. If the best I can do for my nephew is be an uncle, I cannot provide for him financially. I cannot do anything for him. It's not I am less important in his life than his mother or his grandmother or his father.
You are
It's the
you are
fact
playing your part.
yeah, I'm playing my part. So
Yes.
I hear you, Apostle, and I just wanted to basically come in on that essence with him. Yes, discover your journey in life. Discover that it took me a while. I went to varsity, got a marketing diploma, and David knows, and I went into there, and it was just something else when I was in it. Now I've discovered maybe academia is something that I love because I love analyzing things. I love breaking down things. I love changing the system. But the best way for me to change the system I'm unhappy with, which is at an academic level, is for me to get what the necessary qualifications are needed. Once I'm in there, I can start writing my own perspective of what a proper academic direction for somebody who wants to come in there, for an African child like myself, from Elokishini, okhuliswa ugogo, nomama, and so forth. Ngiyabona ukuthi say maybe I've been speaking for 20 minutes. Okay, let me shut up.
No. Don't worry. It's all good, sir. It's all good.
Okay. Sindiso.
Sure.
Yabo hayi. Ngendlela le ukhuluma ngayo kube uthole umuntu wakade na umtshela ukuthi wena ufuna ukuchange izinto bawujethi khamba ukuthwasa. Okay guys, ngicela ukubuza pastor angithathi i-platform
Yes,
ne
sir.
ngicela ukubuza.
No,
Yazi
sir.
but i-pulpit iyahlonishwa yabona inesiphambano phela.
Yes.
uDavid uphuza iMatt Lemon ayi-1 nazange sitshela siya ku-tip rate.
Kudini ngihlezi la, like I'm delaying going to the bathroom manje. Ngisabu David.
Ndoda nami ngikhalela ukushaya i-cappuccino manje ngiyabona ukuthi mangavaya abantu bazobhoreka. But upastor ukhona, upastor uzoskippa busy. David
Oh yes, we can. We
David
can.
mute.
I have an uncle who got out of his 14 days yesterday. And one of the things he survived was Matt Lemon.
Yeah. I've got a box. Matt Lemon.
One of the things that this infection was Matt Lemon.
That's really powerful. Well, I'm also a healing minister, so I do pray for sick people. I do pray for sick people.
No right when a pastor ufambele Bluetooth le uNkulunkulu njengoba thina sibhizi siza ngamakhambi yabona.
Oh yes. I've been I've been giving food parcels ever since the pandemic began. I think when it began, and the day before yesterday, I was giving food parcels also. I think well, I have a lot of partners.
Oh, okay. Bengithi mhlambe ngithethele yama tithes.
Well, tithes and offerings, honestly, it can't do nothing. It can't do much. You have to have partners in everything you do. No, not really. Actually, I give more than I get from anybody.
Isonto lakho yini mlungu mfundisi wami?
Sorry?
Isonto lakho yini igama lakho?
Oh, libizwa in new creation.
Labo ministries what? Mara musilawo right labo dlala ama-organ bafuna iBhayibheli lesilungu 10%. Mina kuba great.
Yes. Like for example, with me, I'm an international minister, right? I minister to people who are all over the world, so I have to use English.
Yeah,
because I have people who follow me from India, from everywhere.
And you meet a lot of brothers who are willing to give back. I strongly believe what you do have an NPO.
I give more than I get. I give more than I get. That's the thing about South African minister. The other one that I've actually learned is that, okay, with me, I don't know about anybody else. I give more than I receive from anybody.
That's what you should do, right
now.
You guys are more like about,
for example, yes, you see, ministry's been through a lot. There are people who gave ministry a bad name. because they had their own motives. They never really wanted to serve, only to find out that, for example, I'm calling an apostle. An apostle is actually a person that is a servant to the people. My job is to serve you, not you to serve me. So if you cry, you are in need, I have to be the one that serve you. So it's different from maybe, for example, if you go to a traditional herbalist, maybe when you go there, you have to pay some cash. But if you go to meet a man of God like me, it's all for free. Because I'm there to be a representative for the kingdom of God. And God has given me the gift freely so that I can also give free. So my services have to be for free because I was given for free. I paid no price for what I get, what I have.
You just pray.
It should be for free. Yes, I pray for a lot of people. We gave over 2,000 food parcels in areas that are way far from here. I still have the bus outside that still has T-shirts that I was giving to essential workers yesterday, the whole day. We're traveling the whole day to police stations and all that, giving out T-shirts to the essential workers just to say, thank you for your hard work. We saw you, we saw that you're working and all that. So we give them T-shirts just to appreciate their hard work. So I'm more giving conscious than receiving conscious. So the ministry in South Africa, ministers of South Africa, mostly that I've met, the ones that you grew up watching, they never really focused more on giving. They focused more on helping. We grew up in an era where if the man next door is a pastor, you can go to his house, he will take his own plate and give it to you, and he doesn't eat. But right now, we are in an era where the man of God wants to take your plate and the person next to you's plate for himself.
Hey, no,
it has to be said. These things need to be said.
I don't know if you know about
yes,
and so forth. So for me, okay, I come from a Christian home. That one I'll put out there. But I've had problems. I've had problems with a lot of churches. I've had a lot of problems with a lot of churches that are out there. Mara, that is not. Yeah, today is not the time or day to discuss that.
No, feel free. Okay, Brother David, do you mind we talk like that?
I want to go
talk,
into
right?
something else. I want to go into something else.
Yes.
You find Uti a situation as Manje in the country has led so much inequality, and hence I felt Uti I needed to come in and speak and just throw in a few words. Uti, there are certain things that as a society we need to start ensuring Uti we make sure with as overlooked or are not kept the same. Things that we felt, this is how society has functioned and whatnot. I'm sorry to sound repetitive, but we need to say and start, because the upbringing that I got, I'm happy with it. It was good for me, but the upbringing I got had an advantage. It did not have. I'm not knocking. I'm a psychologist and child development therapist and whatnot, but because I could not afford some of the things that, like the medication and whatnot, I probably would have ended up in a different format of an education stream. I probably would have been put through a slow learner type of situation. But because of the love my grandmother had and so forth, when I came back in 1999 with a fail and I was told that I was going to repeat a grade, and if it wasn't for my grandmother saying, Guti, look, you'll do better next year. And then most of the time, my friends were like on some, when I on Christmas, things like that. But for the mere fact that I uzobona next year mfana. Manje ufunani for the Christmas. It wasn't demoralizing, it wasn't a thing, but now I feel ukuthi society is putting a structure into males and females and their parents and their kids that is a bit unfair. And I think the privilege of growing up in our time was the fact that there were not a lot of these things that were put on us as a society. I feel, yeah.
Let me interrupt this or try and respond to this. See, the problem begins with when you say the society is doing this, the society is putting, when you yourself are the society or you are part of the society. 7 people, all of us here are the society.
Yes.
You actually, you are to blame. There's no one else. There's no society that's to blame.
Yes, it starts with us.
So that's the first thing you must understand. And I'll make a simple example. Black people and cars and money, and we spoke about this maybe last Friday. You will say society puts pressure on you to buy a fancy car because now you're working. There's no society, chief. You are the one that's putting the pressure on yourself. If you come with a BMW, I'm going to congratulate you for driving a BMW because that's what you've said. That's the standard you yourself said to society when I drive a BMW. If you came driving a Mazda, the society was going to say, wow, he drives a Mazda. And that is the standard you have set. So that's the first thing that all of us need to understand and start doing, is that there is no society here, there is no people, everyone is involved. And we are the ones that are making history. So we are writing history as we speak here.
Yes, we are.
How do we turn around the dynamic though, David?
You see, you are wearing your gown. I'm wearing what I was wearing today because I left the house and I went to a meeting. The previous 2 shows, I was wearing the same exact thing or jacket. Same exact. Before that, I was wearing the same tracksuit top for 2-3 episodes, same tracksuit pants. Because that is not the most important thing to me during this show. It's not what I'm wearing. And I've done away with that. So I have less pressure of what do I look like or how am I dressed? Because that is not why I do this show. I'm not doing this show so people can see how I look. I've been in front of this kitchen on my fireplace for 2 months. If I get up and go to the kitchen and make tea, I'm going to get up to the kitchen and make tea. I'm not readjusting or redesigning anything in my house to show you a different picture of what is in my house. So I have to do that. Automatically, everyone else gets the link, presses the link. One is in bed, one is in quarantine in a hotel. I think Gogo is in her dumbeni or in her couch or trying to fall asleep. You just had to let your kids go to sleep. You are in your house.
Usindiswa ungaphakathi kwe-sleeping bag lesa amasotsha se-brown afikile.
That is your truth. That is where you are.
Yeah.
You understand? So that is the beginning, you know. The moment you wake up thinking there's a society that's waiting to see you, that is the beginning of your problem.
Yeah, you are lost.
You have already handed over all your power and influence to someone else or to so-called society.
Okay, I get that.
But David, I can make an example just in 3 seconds. For example, I'm a man of God, right? When I appear in public, many people expect me to be wearing maybe a full suit. But I will surprise you. I've appeared in public wearing shorts and a shirt. And I'm on radio, I'm on newspapers and so on and so forth. But when I appear in public, I'm wearing like everybody else. It's because everybody expects the man of God, if you call the man of God, you have to dress in a specific way. That's the thing that's going to make people take you serious. Sometimes, well, things changed as time went on. People started thinking, oh, well, if you're a man of God, you have to wear Gucci. You have to wear all this. The top I'm wearing, it's mine. It's New Creation, my logo of the church. That's what I wear.
So
I don't have to wear Gucci. Oh, sorry about that. I'm just showing. Yes, I wear ministry material, or I just wear anything that does not really have any fancy name on it, because it's not about those things. I know that I'm gifted. I prophesy. I do all sorts of things. So if you want to know what I can do, you have to hear me or come and see what I can do. Then you'll know what I do. Sorry?
Okay.
No. So people, so the society in general, they have this thing that they've created about how a man of God should look like. For example, brother David is a celebrity, right? People want him to look in a specific way or drive a specific car and stay in a specific area. And that's how many celebrities are struggling. That's how they find themselves in trouble. Because they have to live in a way that everybody expects them to live. But what about living a life that you're comfortable with, that you can maintain and continue to live it? So mostly us as men, we are the ones who press each other down.
Yeah.
Right now, it's difficult to trust another man, because if you tell that man about your troubles, he's going to go to your wife without you being there and say, hey, do you know what's going on? So we cannot trust each other like back in the days. That's why men are broken right now. That's why men are going through what they're going through, because we cannot trust each other with anything. So you die alone, you explode on your own. The next thing, you're on the front page of Daily Sun. You have done a horrific thing. We are shocked and amazed, because you never had a brother that you can trust on just to breathe to. So, I choose old people. Old people are not a problem. Old people, those old ministers, bishop, whoever, old people. I just go to them and just breathe to them, because it's better. They will not go anywhere with it.
So, Pastor,
Yes,
what problem are you solving by you moving away from the people that you need to solve this problem with to the older pastors?
All right, it's because that's what I observed, and then I've seen that the now generation is not like the older generation. The older generation was different. They saw each other as brothers.
Okay.
They could eat from we could eat from the same plate. But right now, it's about who has what, who's driving what, who dresses this way, who has if you have a blank, what do you call this, bank card? Black card or something?
Yeah.
So people are actually flashing money to be respected, more than being respected because they've given the best advice to their fellow men. So right now it's about, he's driving a GTI, or he's staying in the suburb, or he's staying there. So they respect you for what you drive. If you park an AMG there, everyone wants to come to you and pay attention to you. What about the brother who does not have a GTI, but who's very smart, who's very intelligent? Why we don't take him? Why we don't listen to him, what he says? I started preaching at the age of 7. Old people used to listen to me at that time. But they were old. They were there before me. But they took my words and it worked for them.
And I strongly believe when you started preaching, many people have said Maralentwana Enzana. But look at you now.
Yeah. Yes, well, for a lot of people, for me, they all said it, oh, God is gonna use you mighty. Because I started foundations when I was in high school. I think I was doing standard 6 in those days. And then I started foundation where I was helping other kids who were in need in the school. So leadership is something you're born with. You don't just grab it along the way. You're born a leader. You are born one. You are not made by society. You are born one. So you know what to say. You know how to address things automatically, because that's what you've been doing. So back to
Yeah.
us. Oh well, it's men here. Awesome.
You know,
Only men here.
okay,
Dineo is
Oh,
back.
she's back. Kgutlile, Sister Dineo.
yeah.
What did
Oh,
you
sorry,
want to
Sister
say in
Dineo.
my absence? I can go backstage. Am I not needed?
No,
You
no,
are
no, no.
I
very
thought we
You
were
needed.
know,
together.
no, you
How
are
can
needed.
see?
No,
Ah,
we are definitely together.
you are
Okay,
needed,
okay.
Mama. You
Yes,
are needed. You are needed.
Okay. If I'm
You are
yes.
needed,
needed.
I'm here.
So
Pastor,
Okay,
so there's
Apostle, can I,
nothing.
Pastor,
can I put you on the spot? Because I asked our
Mara
other
David,
guest
ke ke a botsa.
this question.
Ke ke a botsa.
Tshwarelo Ntate. Where do you think our country is going, Apostle?
Or our country.
Yeah.
For me, I would say our country right now, it's in reboot. We have to reboot a lot of things because there's a lot of viruses we have to get rid of within our country that has been destroying our country from inside out. So we are on reboot. We are on reboot. We are actually right now exposing a lot of bad things that we did not need in our country. South Africa is a great country. It's a beautiful country. And with us, me and you and everybody else, as the youth of our country, we can actually make a very big difference in this country together. As South Africans, we can make a big difference. I'm doing my part. You are doing your part. Brother Class is doing his part. Brother Colin is doing his part. Brother Tab is doing his part. Sister Dineo is doing his part. If we can have more people who think like that, who are playing a specific part in this country, for this country, who were born here, Bajam Papa Galebisi, here, Batswamu, we can change this country and make it a great country. I personally believe the future of this country is not really in the president's hands only, or the leaders. We are leaders in our own community. We are leaders in our own society. I'm already leading a lot of people around here. A brother, a Class in his community where he grew up. I believe there are a lot of young kids who are looking up to you. And then you are not aware, they have a pen and a paper, they are writing a resume about you.
Yeah,
If you
bakhona
fall,
omunye ungitshelile sininini. Wathi hey Grootman wena ngiyakunqanya, ngincanye imoto yakho ngathi vele ngifana le ithanda material. But anyway, uqinisile because now
yes,
there's a lot of people who will be making comments about you or who will be praising you in the street, but you're not even aware that you are adding
yes,
value in them. Like
yes,
with the likes of trying to give back to the community, you know, speaking your voice out,
yes,
advising where you can. Because as much as we can be crazy and make jokes out there in the streets and stuff, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of roles that we're playing in the community. Like I've mentioned yesterday, I've made a joke out of it with Mama Mfundisi, but yeah, ngomntwana sesontweni.
yes,
So
yes,
the Christian thing, I hear
yes.
you. Like when I'm like sometimes making comments while you are talking, making jokes out of all this, but I can
No,
sense,
I'm with you. It's your gift. It's your
I
gift,
can
though.
sense what you're saying. It's just that ngiyasaba mangangena kakhulu kule nto yobukholwa yabona ngizosheshe sengithi amen yabona. But
Amen means it means yes.
Yeah, angifuni ukukhatha from the question David asked, but
yes,
if the parliament will allow me, let's do this, guys. Dineo as a lady here, I'm not trying to balance the imbalanced, but here's the thing. David asked the question to say, Pastor, where do you think South Africa is going? But I just need the four of us, Lababany, to take note. When he said Pastor, he didn't say we mustn't add value to what the question was. We also need to say our views. Let's try to be in a convo here, guys. Let us not listen to the pastor. That guy, he can talk. He's not gonna stop.
So wait, so this show the live stream has a maximum. We've gone over the maximum 4 hours, right? That's the subscription I pay, so it's gonna cut any minute now.
Oh,
so
Okay.
But what I wanted to ask Apostle was, this timeline that we are in,
Yes.
mixture of lockdown and economy meltdown, and some people are losing jobs and unemployment, and people are giving up, gender violence. We've been in a lot of decline as the country. It got worse with this disease that's put us where we are. In your view, Pastor, in your vision, how long is this going to go for? I know some pastors are saying this is actually going to get worse.
Yes. For me, not really that I've had a vision or anything, but the way I'm looking, I feel like this year is the year that we all gonna be in this lockdown, and you're gonna have to make a living right now as it is and get used to this lockdown until next year. But for this year, I believe we'll remain on this lockdown up until next year. So the thing of things going back to normal at the moment, right now, I don't think it's gonna happen. Maybe it will. I pray to God that it does, so that everybody can go back. But I don't think it will this year. So we have to learn to make the best of today for tomorrow. We don't really have to live in the lockdown and feel like this is the lockdown. We should, if ever you're using your gift like you are now, you should be happy that you can still be able to use your gift, even though there's a lockdown.
Yeah.
And don't look at the I know our brother Class had COVID-19, but you never had any.
Basically to get used to abnormality.
Sorry?
Basically to get used to this abnormality that we are in.
Yes, the doctors that will tell you that in order to get rid of any virus in your system is to add another virus. So that virus will destroy the other virus. So what you do is, spiritually, so you ignore the existence of the virus by not praising it or fearing it, or even seeing the lockdown regulations, but learning to adapt to the situation that you are in now and make the best of it now.
Yeah.
I hope I'm making sense. Now we're used to putting masks on. It's not a problem anymore. But when we started, it was not easy. But we adjusted. And I think when things go back to normal, we're going to have superhumans. We're going to have people who are willing to take everything and everything. Because right now we are all training, we are gymming. We're making the best of what we can now. You know, people are losing jobs somewhere, but I haven't met anybody who has lost their job. Actually, I've been posting jobs on my WhatsApp every single day, about 10 jobs. Then I ask myself, where are those people who are saying there are no job opportunities right now? It depends on how you see things. It depends on how you see things. There's a company that bought about, I think, 21 trucks. I stood on the next to the highway. I saw them on before you get to Midrand. I was standing there with my son, and we're just taking a video of them passing. And I said to myself, when everybody's saying there is a collapse in economy and so on and so forth, how does this man get to buy so many trucks right now? It depends on how you see things. It depends on how you see them. If you want to see failure, the Bible says when the world says there's a going down, we should say there's a lifting up. So we speak the opposite. If you speak the opposite, you will see the opposite. But if you embrace the negative, you will see only negative. If you embrace failure, you will see failure. But if you see wins, you will experience wins.
Yeah, I just
All right,
wanted
brother
to
Thank you for the words, Pastor. Thank you very much. Colin?
Thank you.
Okay, no, sorry. I wanted to add on what Pastor is saying. When he's saying that it depends on how you see things, what I've noticed is that it depends on what you choose to see. Because, people are choosing to see the negatives, but no one wants to see the positives. And there's something that David said on his shows, I think a few nights ago, where he was saying that he doesn't share. I remember, David, you said you don't share anything negative because, social media has got that power, and media sometimes shares what they choose to share. And then people often go with what is trending, and what is trending might be wrong and dangerous for you. So sometimes it depends on what you choose to see, and you ignore what is beneficial for you.
That's more like a political. That's more like political manipulation when I'm calling. Because what's happening is you can say words. Like now, what I will tell you guys in terms of the economy, like as David asked, Uguti, where are we seeing this country going economy wise and all that? Guys, let me tell you one way. For this moment and this whole pandemic thing, just survive. What you busy with, just do it. Like one word, just survive. Coming back to Indabaga Colin, as the sad part is, you can make a comment and say, you are trying to do something good in your community, and then your neighbors or whoever, they sabotaged you. And then you go on a social network and comment and say, guys, I think my community was not ready for freedom. They were not ready for me to change our community. And then, this political manipulation thing and Kulmangai, people are not going to go to the sense of why you said that. They're going to go to say, Colin said we are not ready for freedom. So Usbona are smart. But forgetting what are you trying to tell them is that the content, you were trying to do something good, but we all know we are makase. Ngaki kawash. She equipment the army and move away from the car wash for like 10 minutes. When I come back, my equipment will be stolen. And I will be frustrated. I will post anger, post on social network, and then I'll be touched for that. So what I'm trying to say is that it's how you look at things, how it's all into what our people want. Yeah, man.
So is the point not to open a car wash or not to leave your equipment not washed?
No.
What point are you making,
David?
No.
Please repeat that line.
Your closing statement.
But in closing, Pastor, thank you for coming. But just to close up, David, what you have done now, what you have done with this has so much impact that you're thinking it's small. I started watching this Kinana Kyazala, and 5 more other guys, they started coming in. And now there's 7 guys who comes in. But we might, like the way Apostle Arch, we might take it lightly, but the impact you've done, because yesterday you said, hey, can we not talk about the negative stuff? And every day when you're saying that, we start to change our focus and our thinking is different. Like I'm serious, guys. I never believed in this homeschooling thing until I met you guys and started thinking, yeah, it makes sense, So whatever you studied, big ups, hot money. From Kohai, we support.
Homeschooling,
I must thank my wife. My wife might just be the brains behind me, guys. You guys don't know.
Yeah, hey, it's always the case. For me, in closing, let me close to go to sleep. I just wanna, on the virus and on what we are going through, ne? Like we are saying, let's focus on what works. Let's focus on strengthening our immune system, all those good stuff. Let's strengthen on that. Watching the numbers and being scared and being terrified is not helping us. And it has actually been scientifically proven that fear and anxiety shuts down the immune system. So this is more than any other time. This is the time where we just need to educate ourselves. How do we strengthen our immune system? What is it that we need to do? All your lenganas, your vitamins, your C, zinc, and all those things. This is the time to do that. Be safe. And what's eucalyptus? What's that? Vicks.
Vicks,
What's
ginger
that
and
stuff?
honey.
Vicks.
Ginger and honey
Yes,
Vicks.
you know.
Rab. What's the guy on?
And just on the dads and the men, just to say that we need you. This country needs you. We need your
Yes.
voice. The kids need you. We
Yes.
need
Yes.
yeah. That's
I
all that I
receive.
have to say. That and homeschooling, it's not for every child and it's not for every mother or every parent, but it's an option.
True.
Yini
It's an
homeschooling,
option.
guys. Ngicela ningiphendule. Yini homeschooling?
This
Your
having
child,
an office at home and desks and yeah.
Lo mntwana
Guys,
akaya
Oshwa
esikolweni
tapha
vele for
famu.
the whole year.
No,
Yeah.
Oshwa
my
tapha
high schooler
famu.
didn't.
Hakim
My grade 8
Awubhadali
didn't
see a
from
week
January
on the
to June.
table.
Awubhadali school fees.
No, I don't.
Hey, brother David. Oshwa tapha famu tafuleng. I don't see two famu.
But
I don't
government,
school fees.
government, okay, wow.
Plus,
Uyapasa
plus
mntwana wakho
your
from
child
grade
is 2
1 to
years.
grade 2.
Hey?
Uyapasa
Your
from
child is
grade
2
1
years.
homeschooling to grade 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if yes.
Is it
This is our
registered?
first year, but utopasa. That one drives me nuts.
Letupa.
You know,
But
you should.
Na
Exactly
I
that.
vote for
It's a
corporal
school at home.
punishment.
That's all it is. It's a school at home.
a school at
You can
home,
teach
like you're
math,
having
you can
school at
teach
home. I'm teaching all three of them, the 3 different grades. We have a system. I independently working. Whoever needs my help, I help them. So it's like
And then umntwana makasayofunda mos sengiseyivile. Awu.
Lo ngathi zofunda comedy kuphela lo.
let's
Yeah,
look,
but
let's
you're
hook
still
up. I'll give
driving.
you all the info. If you're really serious, I'll give
We're
you all
gonna
the
learn
info.
comedy.
Okay, thank you. No, Khaleni ungawari umntwana uyofunda ukwenza ama-invoice we-comedy.
Amen. To
Yes.
that.
Amen. Oh yes.
Ngimshaya
And how to
ngesystem
fill out the
yama-China.
tax forms and the
Yeah.
government gazettes and all that.
Yes,
But
I
homeschooling
talk
is
she right.
life.
Guys, thank you
Oshwa
so much.
tatupa
Teaching life.
motafuleng.
Classic.
You know.
Hey, Grootman.
Basically teaching life and preparing them for the real world. That's what we're doing.
David, can you
Good
organize
night.
a mic for
Love and honor you all.
David,
Huh?
can you organize
You
a mic for Tabo? We
I
can't
wanna
hear
your problem.
you.
Bye-bye. Cheers.
No,
Cheers.
Tabo's
Cheers.
gonna just be a problem. It's not the mind. It's just Buddha problem.
Can I say just
You must speak higher.
No, I'll fix it.
The
I'll
network,
fix it.
you see,
Next
Tabo is
time, I'll
speaking,
fix
but
it.
the network is not picking up his voice.
Yo.
Most networks
Oh, usebenzisa GPRS. Siku 5G.
Para GPRS.
Bona ntate Thabo wa nyamela.
Guys, come on, at
Ntate
last.
Thabo wa
No.
nyamela lo nyamela misamo. Bon, misamo ya munyametse bona ngaje. I'm looking like some mata now. I'm literally looking at Ronaldo.
That's my brother. Watusa tshwana
Dineo.
Yes.
Can I go yet?
Everybody's
Everybody's
gone,
gone.
brother.
What's
Much
up?
love. Bye-bye.
Yes.
No, you're
Everybody's gone.
I just
I thought
Oh, Dineo.
Misamo imokwenzi.
Oh, that means.
Dineo, where did you buy that head?
Why? It's maybe 3 or 4 years old. I don't know.
See 3 years or 4 years. Yeah, in Qunta na kwela khale ya di cross. Nidli, why ba?
Oh, so o kwara nna comedy ya felela o bona o ipheletse ka nna.
I like it. I need to know where to get it. So like marketing.
I don't know. It's too kale. Like
you must think positive. You must think positive.
I'm worried got class, guys. I think class in Tatwa was Mashabel. Ringa.
Yeah, mina naye kancane Mina naye kancane siyafuna ukuba yijet neSilsaus mara
Papa was a Rolling Stone.
Connection. It's either ke papa
I
hao
see.
kapa ntate wa hao mohlomong ha o jwetsa ka yena. Ma gona le resemblance nyana.
le Sepedi sha mpalla mosena.
Se ka batla se ka kry-iwa.
Mara
Kwae ha e
plus
tsebe
how
language. Ba tla re kwae ha e tsebe language.
plus awazi iSpedi kanjani mina. Do you know class that I'm actually Mozambique like Nishanga?
Sorry, Apostle.
Mina class like I'm Mozambican Nishanga, but I can speak Setswana, Sesotho, Sepedi, Zulu, Xhosa, everything.
And Portuguese.
Hey, Portuguese I try.
And then you're no longer from
What are your social media?
Mozambique. Yeah?
Huh?
Apostle Jones, how do people get hold of you?
Yes,
What's
sir.
your social media? What is your social media
Okay, they
stuff?
can
How
just
do you-
Google Apostle Peter Jones. You can just Google Apostle Peter Jones. It will take you to all my platforms.
Okay, that's fine.
Wow.
Just my name on Google. Yes.
Wow. Guys, that's so sophisticated. This guy, he didn't say on Twitter you find me on pastor_. He just said that's Google. Yo, I've learned something.
SEO. Search engine optimization. Okay.
Class, you keep calling Apostle pastor. There's a difference. He's not a pastor.
Oh, yes.
He's an
Hey,
apostle.
Umntu as long as angena ngesondweni ngubrother ngupastor man. Oh.
No, it's not the same thing. It's like you
Serious?
also
Not the
can
same.
call you also can call a bishop pastor.
That's powerful. Did you hear that? You know,
Bishop
I
John-
explain everywhere I go.
Guys, bishop, because mamela, it's like calling the difference between calling someone Mr. and Doctor or Mrs. and Miss. There's a reason they are called that.
Manje school me, awungiskule kancane. Uapostoli no pastor. Umehluko?
Okay, the
umehluko?
Bible says first apostles, second prophets, third evangelist. Okay, you just have to use your hand like this. This finger. First apostles, prophets, evangelists, pastors, and teachers. So this is the fivefold ministry.
Oh, no thanks, Prime. Indaba mina ngithi ngijwayele amasondo wethu wamaNdebele. Uba lisokana, uba mthankani.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then wachata, uba mvangeli. So uyachange uhlala esitulweni lesi esiduze nabafundisi. Phela ngiyaqhazisela ngesondo lami. And then wasuka emvangelini. Evangelini na siyakuchange sikupha iBhayibheli uba mchumayeli. And then nawusuka ebuchumayelini sikubetha ngevelvet nento le enekholo emhlophe la. So ukwazi ukungcwaba ke lapho.
Okay.
Tabo Wile, welcome back.
Ubuyolanda tablet.
Guys, I'm not making fun of Ntate Machil.
You
Look
guys,
at the screen. Guys. Look at the screen, everyone. Look at the screen.
Guys,
yes.
What?
Let's look at the screen.
What?
Everyone is at the same height, and then it goes down when you put the car.
Now it's back. Oh yes, nice.
Positioning.
Noma ngaposition
Whoa.
But once off balancing, not too much in the middle. Intrigue.
Wait, you guys said. Wait. No. You guys said good night, and you guys left. And then I go to Facebook. I found you guys still carrying on.
We didn't leave.
Yes,
we didn't leave. We didn't leave. We took
We did not go.
Apostle wena o le teng ka hara tsona kaofela wena apostle batho ba nsebe o le teng
Oh, what up? Haraya feel.
Colin, I thought
Oh,
I was here. I was looking after your space.
David said to me, this thing it took Hatakamara 4 hours, what? The next thing you guys are carrying on. Libuwe! Libuwe ani sabatli monna Mosotho ka rata batsela. Libuwe ani sankhoti.
Awa, Ntate Thabo.
When at class, it's Momorua Howley David. Momorua Howley David, finish.
Awa, asiyona yeyo Ntate. Awa Ntate Thabo. Ntate kuru wena why appoint we dira technical team ya David. And David, tabela 4 hours. Angiru pateti 2 rand for subscription, so never to move for 4 hours ifela. So retwery mudimo mo Apostle Jones. So the God is anointing. The Lord is blessing us with more minutes, more hours.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Okay, I'm back. Hey. Zwelampil, I'm back.
You must be positive. When you've got people who are praying, you must just sit. God will bless us.
Thanks for coming back. But good night.
David, that guy.
Wabona uzinyo ke tsona
No, I for real now. Not this. Yeah.
Good night,
Good night.
Good
night.
No,
good night.
Now,
thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, guys.
Guys, can I
so
say
much.
the vote of thanks? Can I say a vote of thanks? Please.
All right.
To show Uguti, all of you guys here are not that important. They only asked Pastor, Apostle for the Twitter handles and everything, except you. Because you guys are regular. It's on Tola like Sasa, ne?
For sure.
Sure.
Bye.
Can I bye?
Bye. Thank you so much,
Good night,
family.
everyone. Please be
Thanks,
safe.
Brati.
Each other.
Thank you so much. Bye, guys.
Sure, Colin.
I give I Nikira Babang Bali. I carry, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Good night, guys.
David.
David.
I can really show.
Sesa champisela manje ukuthi.
This is my first time I'm ever live. This is my first time I'm ever live on any platform. But hey, I want to say thanks, Mayati. Like, yeah, been a fan of yours been a fan of yours since I was like 6, maybe. Yeah.
Thank you very much, man.
No, I'll see you tomorrow, my brother.
Yeah, no, we'll see each other
tomorrow. All right. Now tomorrow I'll be here again.
Okay.
Sharp.
Sure. Thanks, guys. Sharp.
Each other. Sure, Chen.
Switch off.
Sure, Bratlas. Thank you very much, guys. Good night. Be safe. God bless you. Be safe. Be kind. Be kind to one another. Be kind to other people. And ambani nyo lala nitandaze. And why?